Welcome
How
to
much
our
have you?
host, the Void.
It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, occasionally we stream into it, so I mean, might as well have them, you know, a little bit of scream time.
There we go.
Hey.
So
Welcome.
it was.
That was calculated. All right, I just want to get ahead of this before y'all start worrying. That was calculated. See, now Specialist Scuff has fallen into the void, thinking that that was the stream, and therefore can't bother us tonight.
Hey, there we go.
We were nice and threw some fish in there, right? Because if he starts wandering around looking for fish, he might find.
Ah, crap. We got to go back. Bring up the void again. I got to go get the bucket.
Yeah, we were still set up for a Discord broadcast on my system. So we are now fixed. Can everybody hear all the hosts? Izzy checking in for duty.
I know you all hear me.
We got Julie. Cash making herself look even more smart by putting her glasses on.
I mean, I like seeing.
There's a reason that I wake up sometimes with my glasses already on my face. So definitely too soon, Doc. For those, I mean, it's really kind of blurry, thankfully, but you can see that big red dot took a very large portion of the side tip off, along with part of the nail. It's fine. My nail will not be damaged long term, but the side of my thumb will be. It's fine. I just now have a Kraus thumb. Okay, that's what I cracked the physician's assistants and nurses up with at the emergency room. I was like, look, all the men in my family were missing part of their thumbs, so I just figured I'd be like them. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, and then Izzy's. So I think the funny part of the whole thing was, and Izzy can probably laugh about this now. She calls me. Izzy doesn't call me. Izzy will call me through Discord. Izzy will get a hold of me. She calls me, and she's like, "You need to get in the rooms. Which one?" I'm like, "Okay, let's go to a locked one." Go in there, and she's like, "I did something." I'm like, "What?" And she shows me her thumb. I'm like, "How'd you do that?" I was chopping potatoes. Okay.
Onions! No, like, onions, which makes it worse. Onion juice on open. 0 out of 10. It was. Highly do not recommend.
Right. So, I tell her the ways that I deal with it. Like, turn on the cold water, get it as cold as you can stand it, stick your thumb underneath it. But there was onion juice on her hand, and I forgot about the onion juice.
Ooh.
Personally,
so I basically walked one of my nephews how to triage while Kesh jumped in her car and went and got Izzy and took her to the emergency room.
Yep.
And then, of course, I message the Halloween bride and I say, hey, by the way, just to forewarn you, I cut off part of my finger. I am heading to the ER. And her first response was, please tell me Will drove. Because she was expecting that I drove myself to the ER. Now, in my defense, the ER is literally less than 10 blocks away. Okay?
Not even.
There's a reason my family chose to purchase this house, because it is very close to the hospital.
I really think you've just been reading too many stories about cannibal grandpas and French toast and you got curious.
No, but I will say this. You could tell that my mom brain engaged, like after the panic, after the, okay, it's not stopping bleeding. I should probably go to the ER and I've got it covered and everything. I had the foresight to pull the mandolin blade, throw it in the sink. Apparently the part of my nail that was attached to it went with it. It's fine, whatever. I pull it open the onions and I grab the part of my thumb and I throw it out so that my kids aren't trying to clean it up and freak out because it came across mom's thumb.
Mom, I would have tried to preserve it in something.
That too. My son would have tried preserving the tip of mom's thumb.
Was that Will?
Imagine the kind of potential
Yes,
for
that
a
was Will.
spell component, Mom.
That was Will. Yes.
Now that we've gotten this situation under thumb here, let's we don't
Now,
have a lot of time for bullshitting tonight.
We sure? Also, Star is back home. Very beautiful box where she will join the rest of the dead bodies in the cabinet. It's fine. So that being said, you guys may see that there is not the monthly challenge image on the screen. Apparently, every time I go to add it, my computer freaks out and sends me to a completely folder. It's fine. We will figure it out. We will fix it. But thank you very, very much. You can see over there in the forums that we only had one submission, so y'all didn't get to vote for the August. And so that will be up next week. I will figure it out. Promise. I always do. Oh no, I think it's partially because OBS needed to update somehow, and in the update process, things happened. Whatever, it's fine. I will let you know though. It could have also been in how I saved it. It's fine. Also, my keyboard is putting extra letters or missing letters. So I will not be typing in the chat tonight as Izzy. I will be typing in the chat as Hold My Pen from a different computer. Basically, some of these errors need to be fixed by rebooting the computer. We're already behind schedule, so I'm not going to do that. So let's get the wheel up. It has quite a few wedges on it.
It really does tonight.
We gave you guys extra time. There's no excuse.
Let me take away studio mode. What in tarnation? I don't know what the fuck is happening now.
We got some chroma key stuff going on there. That's what we got going on. It's also not the right names.
Nope, sure isn't. Copy.
Let's get the right link in the source. There we go.
Please remember, my keyboard is being wonky. What the actual fuck?
It's not actually her keyboard, chat. She's just all thumbs tonight.
Fuck. Yep. Cancel. Okay. There it is.
I see what you did there, Doc. I approve.
No, Doc, we don't need everybody crying over it.
And this this close.
Oh, we got the right wheel now. Oh, hello.
Wow.
Full screen, chroma key. There we go. We're getting some cropping going on. You all get to see the magic live in action. There we go. Just got to add the chroma filter, get rid of the green. Yeah, you can cover most of me up. It gives me a place to hide.
No.
Well, at least we can hide your fan.
Yeah, it made the window
Alright.
for this like this big and then moved it off the screen somewhere that I couldn't find, so I just deleted the layer. We're good. Okay.
One. Good.
It's not easy having green.
I mean, it really isn't.
Billy's echoey. Well, that would be great, but Cash isn't talking, so
What?
they said I was echoey and Cash.
Am I still echoing?
Ta-da!
Apparently, we're both echoey, but
I don't know why. I've got all the other settings done. Ooh, blurry. Okay, we ready, folks?
wait a minute. Izzy, do you have the other speaker on?
Nope.
Hmm.
All sound is going through my headphones.
And then it lands on Izzy.
Ah! Ah! Okay. Yeah, mostly dudes speaking in this.
You got it, Kesh, or you want me to do it?
Ooh,
I do have the Russian in here, but he doesn't say much.
Oh, there we go. That answers that. Got to get the Russian
Okay.
going. Sven is not the Russian guy. I got to remember that. He's the southern one, yeah.
No. He's the ethnically Norwegian dude or Swedish dude who's been raised in Montana his whole life.
Oh, yeah. So he don't sound like he's from a Norwegian. Yes. No. And then, all right. And who's the one with the multi accents?
Dahlia.
That's it. So Donna nodded. It's settled then. She closed the photo album. And before Maggie gets here, we're settling one thing. We're not deciding for her. Sven's head jerked up. Deciding what for her? Donna turned away, setting the book on the back counter. What we're doing with him? She threw over her shoulder. The rancher swiveled quickly to gape at her back. What do you mean, what we do with him? She won't be as safe as long as he's around. She shook her head as Vadim spoke across the island. I agree with Sven. The elimination is only way. Donna moved to the refrigerator, opening it and looking inside. Only if Maggie agrees. Vadim's brow furrowed. You said. Yes, I said it could work, but Maggie has to be on board. If she's not, it's a no go. She pulled out a pitcher of sun tea. We'll find another way. I assume you'd figured that out already. Vadim pulled back as though the woman slapped him. But. No buts. She refilled her glass and lifted the pitcher. Anyone else? Jeremiah frowned, casually talking about ending the lives of two men and drinking sun tea. This whole situation was fucked. Sven murmured beside him. 3 ways to Sunday. What? He asked. Sven raised his eyes, a deep sadness he'd seen 100 times before in their depths. This is fucked 3 ways to Sunday. Jeriah blinked. The rancher just stole the words out of his own head. Silence settled over the kitchen. There wasn't much left to say until Maggie arrived. Jeriah sipped the last of his tea, the remaining ice swirling in the glass, contemplating the family album on the side counter. At the end of the island, Sven worried at the frayed edge of a placemat until several loose threads curled around his fingertips. Donna busied herself at the sink, rinsing dishes before fitting them into the dishwasher. The clink of dishes, the only sound in the room. Beside the map, Dahlia leaned against Vadim's shoulder, idly tracing roads with one finger while he followed them with his eyes, saying nothing. The afternoon light had crept halfway across the kitchen floor by the time tires crunched over the gravel drive. Every head turned toward the front window. Maggie's heart sped at the thought of her children gleefully heading off on Ingrid's surprise field trip as she eased the Armada to a stop behind several vehicles. Although she hadn't been to Donna's before, Ingrid's directions had been easy to follow. She took in the unfamiliar vehicles before she even opened the door. Sven's truck sat parked haphazardly behind an old, beat-up white one. Another dark truck sat in front of that. To the left, a newer sedan looked strangely out of place among the ranch-style vehicles. Her eyes returned to Sven's truck. Relief loosened the knot in her chest. If Sven was here, then things couldn't be that bad. Ingrid was his mother. She knew him. She trusted him. And if he trusted Ingrid with the children at their ranch, Maggie could trust her too. She stepped out of the Armada and closed the door, still watching the other vehicles as she rounded the sedan. Then she saw the license plate. Delaware. Her heart kicked into a faster rhythm. Movement on the porch caught her eye. She lifted her face to see Sven, his own face tense and clearly worried. Behind him, Donna emerged and leaned against the doorframe. Sven? Maggie didn't trust her voice enough to try saying more. He stepped off the porch, holding out a hand. Come inside. We need to tell you something. She tentatively stepped forward, her heart pounding in her ears. She barely registered the rental car sticker in the sedan's front window, but it was there. Who'd come to find her? Sven wrapped his rough fingers around her hand, his other one clasping over top. It'll be okay, I promise. Maggie wanted to believe him, but she also saw the unease lining his face. She glanced at Donna. Who's here? The question came out smaller than she intended. Donna pushed off the house. Some friends of mine. She waved Sven and Maggie in. And a cop. The world turned into a black hand clawing up the word turned into a black hand crawling up her throat. Had the demon gone to the police? Filed kidnapping charges? Maggie faltered, considered running back to her car. Sven tugged at her fingers. Please, Maggie. Trust us. She shook her head slightly, involuntarily. He lowered his voice. Trust me. Maggie held his gaze for several seconds. He wasn't calm, but he was trying. That told her everything she needed to know. She nodded once and climbed to the steps with him. They followed Donna through the door and into the next chapter, because that's the end of this one.
Corey.
Yes, Julie?
What in the hair? That's where you chose. Well, that's where we ran out of time. But that's where you chose?
That's where she chose.
Look, I may have only gotten like close to 700 words written today to add to that thing, but I did have like 2,123 words of brainstorming, and I figured out a lot of stuff. So pretty soon here, this goddamn thing's going to write itself. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. All right. Trisha, you need to finish that book. Who's the demon? The demon is the internal name that Maggie has given her abusive, estranged husband, which has been said before on the stream, but probably prior to you joining us. So there we go. I'll just put that out there. Okay, next. Who wants to try foreign words of the Asian variety?
My Korean is not that strong.
Fine.
I
got that.
This is okay. It's our lovely cross-dressing spy story, historical fiction that I absolutely love.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to guarantee they're going to be the best pronunciations, but I will try. Okay.
While we get that loaded up, I'll just step in and say, and this isn't directed at any person in particular, this is just a general tip and a piece of advice for people who are writing stories. If people can't read it, they won't. So keep that in mind.
Very true. We ready for me to storm? All right. To this strange outside world, he was Mr. Ronan. A natural mistake. Only one person here spoke Japanese without difficulty. Sama did her best, but the round-eyed people painted over his truth with their own version of manners. Addressing men as Mr. was polite. Showing respect, they didn't understand that he had lost the right to be respected. He was just a Ronin. Unworthy of anything, not respect, not praise, not even a name. Not until he returned to Japan with the Dayamo Yuki's daughter, Kyoko. It was his fault she got away from the Dayamo's control. He was the only one to believe her statement about her invitation to see America with some of her friends. He was the one who didn't question. And he was the one who could understand why Yuki Kyoko had fled to one of these alien lands. These lands, these people, had no idea what expectations his culture had for him. For the Dayamo's daughter, the people here mistook him for the Chinese who were everywhere in this ragtag city. They mistook his mission for something that fit the stories they told their children. These Westerners, his stoicism for standoffishness, and Srinivasan mistook his offerings of romantic interest for simple support in their camaraderie. Srinivasan and his alarming blue eyes set on the diminutive vaquero, Varvasan. Were it not for that subtle hint, the Ronin would have done much more. The love The love of the cut sleeve was possible, but it was not possible between him and Srinivasan. He loved someone else and never looked the Ronin's way. What else did he expect from a man who looked like a fox spirit? Worse and worse, the mission from the Emperor of the Americas had him escorting Srinivasan through the streets of San Francisco, not to protect Srinivasan, but to protect the president. There was much that the Ronin did not understand. Why protect an elected official of lower rank than emperor? As far as the Ronin understood it, the man hadn't even passed an exam to gain his position. Planchesama had tried to explain their system to him, but the Ronin was lost when she explained the learned people who were not truly learned, merely appointed by the state. It seemed overly complicated. What else could he have expected from a place so backward that they even had their names around the wrong way? The streets were bustling. People had hung small, colorful flags across the building. Some had fastened banners to their balconies. Many were dressed in their best clothing. Women wore hats bedecked with entire birds and an extravagance of false flowers. People were selling things from trays that they wore. The usual miasma of San Francisco was overlain with the smell of festival food in mid-process, cooking pork, stewing apples, baking bread. The round-eyed ones were expecting an enormous city-wide party, which did nothing to explain the tension in Srinivasan's shoulders. The Ronin dealt with what he could understand. He understood the sword at his hip and the mission from the emperor. Protect Srinivasan as he hobbled through the streets that were already crowded with people wishing to see this president fellow. They already had their emperor living amongst them. The president lived far away in their washing town, and sightings of him were rare. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps the Ronin may never understand the ways of the round-eyed ones. Srinivasan was well on the mend from his explosive adventure in the mountains. The healing powers of Panchsama's potions and poultices were astounding, but they could not knit together muscle torn by bullets or knives. That took time. So Srinivasan limped along with the help of a cane. For this mission, Srinivasan was journeying from one end of the street to another, carrying packages which were never more than his one free arm could manage, always one package at a time. The Ronin attempted his limited English. I could help, he managed. The alien language forced his mouth to do unaccustomed things. I can carry more than one. Srinivasan spoke slowly, but not loudly, so that the Ronin could capture them and comprehend all of the words. I am sure you can. That's not the point of this part of our mission, Mr. Ronin. The mission, said the Ronin. I guard you. Yes? Yes, precisely. You guard me, and I carry a parcel up the street or down the street. We have a set. I exchange one for another. That change I have seen, said the Ronin. They are not important. Why carry them? The parcels are an excuse, dear chap. Dear chap, what a combination of words. The Ronin understood more than he could say, and every dear chap tore at his heart like a child plucking petals from a flower. Dear was a casual word, with no true meaning when it fell from Sinibasan's delicate lips. No force of gods, spirits, or man could change that, no matter how often the Ronin wished otherwise. The point is to be very broadly visible in front of each business with a whites-only sign in their windows. Sinibasan paused to adjust his coat, using the reflection of one of those windows. I assumed you figured it out already. There is much I do not understand, confessed the Ronin. Things like why the Vaquero and not him? We are to be seen? Yes, we are to be seen by the detestable people who lost the war, yet insist on fighting it as if they're bound to win. Realization. You seek the people who shot you. I am moderately certain that they perished in the explosion. If the Confederates are not dead, they're greatly diminished. He cuttered at the window before moving along. But that was not all of them down there. There's another group, ready and able to take a shot at the president during his visit. You and Miss Plant have done for the mines in the harbor. So this is their sole chance at retribution, or revenge. They lost the war and should have been prisoner and killed. We we don't do that here. Sinibasan went from pretend casual to wary in a blink. Ah, action at last. The Confederates have spotted me, which means they're distracted. A little smile that had nothing to do with humor. We're bait. The Ronin rested his hand on his hilt, ready for anything. Dun dun dun.
Oh, I very much liked this perspective.
Yeah,
Different one within the world.
I really
yeah.
like I really like the fox spirit line.
Mm-hmm. That was awesome.
Yeah,
He does kind of give fox spirit now that you mention it, because like he changes his look all the time. He's like very sneaky. It's very cool. I like the cultural implications there. Bitzer, excellent job.
you said Korean, and I'm like expecting Korean, but that was Japanese.
No, I
No,
didn't
she didn't
say
say
Korean.
She said Asian.
I said Asian. However, I'm fully aware that I say Asian after spending the last 7 months talking almost exclusively about pop stars who are Korean. Okay, I
Oh,
understand
Oh,
okay. Julie
where that.
said
Yeah. Julie said that she's not good at Korean, and I was like, well, I didn't say Korean, but oh, you still got your kneecap,
yeah, no, it's attached. I think.
ow.
or did it go? Did it go the way of my thumb?
I can't say what it did on stream. That's against TOS. Uh,
Very
well,
nice job, Bitzer.
we spin the wheel again. I'm going to clarify what I was trying to get at because it's hard to do over text. Like,
Yep.
don't unnecessarily overcomplicate things just because you can. Like when a line, I have read a book where the line said something along the lines of like, she ceased her respiration, and it was like she held her breath. Like you don't have to use the big words.
Unless there is a reason or a purpose for that, per se, right? So, generally speaking, most people don't talk that way, right? So it's like, you wouldn't say that. So why are you writing it that way? You know? Now, unless you've got the POV of a pretentious prick doctor who it would say it that way, okay, that's fine. However, if your entire book is in that narrative, people aren't gonna hang
Yeah.
around. Yeah, EMT.
Trisha!
Tarisha!
You got it, Izzy. We haven't had you yet.
I can. I can. Here we go. Okay. We're back to dire wolves. Woo! I worked the next day with no issues, which was a good thing. I hate when I got there. I noticed the car I had never seen before. Maybe one of my neighbors got a new car, I thought as I walked towards the building. Didn't see anyone out of place as I walked up to my apartment when I got there. I noticed my door wasn't closed all the way. I know I shut and locked it before I left for work today. I stopped just outside the door, but not directly in front of it. I slowed my breathing and listened. Someone was moving around my apartment. I quietly went back down to the first floor. I called the police, but no one answered. What the hell? I thought. Why didn't anyone answer? I felt panic crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath and called Peter. Hello? He answered. Oh, thank goodness. I was relieved. What? Peter asked. Peter, it's Allura, I said. I need help. Someone is in my apartment. Did you call the police? He asked. Yes, but no one answered. I was getting more panicked. I am on my way, Peter said. Stay out of your apartment. I nodded, but realized he couldn't see me. Okay. He hung up and I sat under the stairs. That way I was out of sight. If the person came out of my apartment, I could still hear whoever it was moving around my apartment not long after my phone call to Peter. He pulled up with Alpha, Vincent, and Joe. I stepped out to meet them. Allura, are you all right? Alpha Vincent asked. I nodded. I am just scared. He nodded. Everything will be okay. Soon, a cop car pulled up and Chief Petty got out of the car. He looked pissed as he walked up. Ms. Brown, he said as a greeting. Chief Petty, I said. Gentlemen, he said, why are you here? Well, Miss Brown called us when there was no answer on your emergency line, Joe said. He was not happy. Chief Petty hounded. There were a few emergency calls that turned out to be false, but they had the entire police force out to take care of them. That must be why he's pissed, I thought. Can one of you tell me what's going on? The chief asked. I took a breath and I told him about finding my door not quite closed and hearing movement in my apartment. Have you been inside yet? Chief Petty asked me. No. As soon as I heard the movement, I came back down here, I said. I think whoever is up there is waiting for me to come home. He nodded. Well, I guess you need to go up there, but you will not do it without backup. I took a shaky breath and headed back up to my apartment with the Alpha, Peter, Joe, and the chief behind me. I stopped in front of my door. I took a deep breath, then pushed the door open. There sat a very good-looking guy sitting on my sofa and a gentleman with glasses standing nearby. Who the hell are you two, and why the hell are you in my apartment? I asked loudly. At that point, Peter and Joe came in. Yvonne, they said in unison. Alpha Vincent growled, and Chief Petty came in with his hand on his gun. Who the fuck is Yvonne? I asked Peter and Joe. Joe sighed. Yvonne is the one on the sofa. He's a leader of the local vampire nest, and the nerdy-looking guy is his human servant, Scott. What the hell are you doing in my apartment? I basically yelled. Well, I assume you would have figured that out by now, Yvonne said. Like I even knew you existed, I snapped. Well, you are the only direwolf in the area, Yvonne said. Not at this moment, I'm not, I said. Excuse me? Yvonne looked confused. Oh, you don't know, I said. Well, my uncle is in jail up here, and he's a direwolf and the one who infected me. Ivan had the most surprised look on his face and asked, Your uncle infected you? Yes, on the orders of my mother to scare me back to God. He went a little too far and nearly killed me. I said, Oh, and the best part, he did it for a fucking meal. You've got to be kidding, Scott said. Nope, I nearly died for a sandwich from my mother, I said. Dun dun dun.
You know what? That must have been one hell of a sandwich. Not the first time we've heard about said sandwich, but still, that must have been one hell of a sandwich.
I really, really hope that one of these installments of this story comes, like, we find out what kind of sandwich this was, because now I need to know. Like, are we talking like a Scooby-Doo Shaggy Hero special? Are we talking like a really good Reuben? Like what?
Are we talking about an Italian that was like partially croissant? Like, where are we at with this? What do we know about the fucking sandwich? Was it a really good grilled cheese?
I mean, if we're
You've mentioned
really
it 3 times. Now we need to know what the sandwich is.
Yeah, rub salt in the wound, and it's just like a fried bologna and cheese.
I'm trying to
He's
eat.
like, I'm eating over here. Oh, I would drink on this one. Does it have gold flake? I don't think it's that fancy. It was a pretty poor family. But
Yep. All right. Next up.
She didn't say the line. This isn't the real Izzy.
The real Izzy is in pain. Because also when I was pulling Star out of the carrying bag, I hit it and all the glue that they put on at the ER popped off. So.
Yeah. Fun stuff.
Yeah.
I'm with Luna Bear. That sandwich must pay my bills, cure depression, and make me prettier.
Right? I mean, I get he was homeless and didn't have a place to stay, hadn't probably eaten in a while, but damn, just for any sandwich? You're going to whore yourself out for just any sandwich? Come on. Doc is up next.
Doc. Julie, it's your turn.
Okay. Are we sure we want me to do this?
I'll take it then.
I was just asking a question.
Look, I want to point. I am happy to read.
Not great at this, so.
I'm happy to read as many as y'all want. I've just been looking at the submissions, and I see at least 2 that have requested that I read them. So I'm trying not to read all of them.
I'll read it. I just gotta open it.
You're pulling an Izzy because there have been hundreds of hours of Izzy's voice on the internet reading these stories, and I'm sitting here going, I can't bogart it. I can't take all of it. Other people jump in, and you're trying not to hog the spotlight. I understand, but it is okay.
Okay. So there is a content warning for themes of violence, neglect, and maltreatment. So please guard your mental health. The street with a generic name slept through the night, and I suppose mothers were tucking their types into bed, kissing their foreheads goodnight. Maybe it was a peaceful night for them, but not to the intuitive. Someone's big black dog alerted the stars about the foul air running amok. I just assumed it was our quarrel, not anyone suspicious walking the sidewalk. The corral of houses huddled around the light by street posts, emulated by street posts, spanning out in perfect measure, ensuring to shield residents from bleeding bruises and our haggard breathing. There was nothing to see here, folks, just a domestic dispute between uncle and nephew. Come on, get it together. No, I know my own name, damn it, I snapped. I know what dump I grew up in. I knew where my mother was going on school night. Max, however, didn't relent. He had to change her name and move. Abuela and Nicholas did the rest. And your mother? He sighed. Your mother had a lot. I squeezed my hand on Lee's windpipe. He didn't even falter while Max blabbered into the darkness. His whininess still sounded like he was trying to plead us into a compromise. Lee wheezed. Boy, he could tell you the secrets of the Fountain of Youth and you'd still think he's Pinocchio. I sat back. I have you to thank for that. He chuckled roughly. Still embarrassed about the tooth fairy? Shut up, I hissed, feeling my cheeks burn. You're rotten to the core. My mother didn't wait for me on the porch. She painted the town in her high heels and wore slitted skirts instead of aprons. Eventually, I didn't meet anyone. Lee, however, was always had Abuela to greet him, and he barely gave her any affection. He lived here his whole life, yet he always came home with a crotchety attitude. And when Abuela entered, he didn't even stop to acknowledge her. She entered her kitchen, horror-struck. I wish I hadn't looked. Something that wasn't anger boiled in my blood, but it was just as potent and prickly. My fist was locked and loaded and ready to swing. When Abuela shuffled forward, I built up too much momentum to react. Huey! Lee! Abuela screeched. She carried a filled candelabra. What's the meaning of this? Here, in the dark, the lit candle revealed us sprawled on the floor. How she had finished the removal so quickly. Her eyes stretched as wide as saucers brimming with a sun-warm honey. Don't look at me, not with my fist in mid-swing. Lee grunted as the impact landed. Blood lacquered our knuckles, bruises dotted across our flesh, and sweat stung my eyes. A tiny blonde craned from behind the small woman. Lee. The flickering illumination unveiled her fears. A gut-wrenching pain invaded my stomach and bloated inside. What was I doing? Why did I need to know so bad? I threw myself off Lee, wincing as my sides writhed. Lee staggered to his feet, wiped his hair back, and turned away. My cousin Max approached meekly and offered a shaky hand. How performative. I slapped his hand despite the hellish pain. By the gods, my ribs retaliated when I inhaled too quickly. Something inside me cracked as I had exhaled. I bit down a whimper. Stupid ribs. Max shrunk back like an anxious turtle when I refused his aid. Eve staggered to me, moving as if the ground were as difficult as a sloshy channel of marsh. When she was by my side, she collapsed to her knees. Beautiful, pearly gray eyes panned over me, but I studied her too. Those sodden irises should be dotted with a unique pattern of speckles. Like a heap of stars clinging to a foggy night sky, there were none. What happened up there? And why could I see her as clear as day in the shadows? I forced a smile, but it slacked into something lopsided and unclean. I said, Don't mind me, just living the dream. Her brows furrowed into immediate disapproval. She was in no mood to smile. I continued my bit. Hey, nightmares are dreams too. She muttered. Right. Despite my quips, she hunched under my shoulder to act like a crutch. That chilly aura from her flesh pressed nicely against my side, and I let out a shallow breath. It was like having a life-size ice pack that fit just right. I could sit like this forever. Lee hissed. My muscles and jaw went tight. He had already gotten me into his dispute by bad-mouthing Nicholas. If he had said anything else about Eve, punching his lights out would have been the least of his worries. You're fat. I hummed. Can't keep your hands off me, can you? He was stunned. So was I, but I played it off. Eve said, what the? Phew! I shrugged. I don't blame you, but maybe not in front of my abuelita. Her cute, annoyed features faded into audacity. I'm such a jackass. My chest sank as her chilliness pulled away, and my bones tried to reach out from my fleshy prison as the touch disappeared. Is this what a kicked puppy felt like? I sighed, winced, and then horribly managed myself to my feet. As bones popped, I groaned. Maybe picking a fight was more trouble than it was worth. Sounds like a fracture, Lee hummed, but the overlaying monotone made it sound medical. Could just be a bruised bone or bad luck. I wheezed. Bad luck has a shitty uppercut. She asked, should we wrap it up? Lee shook his head. No. No. No, because I got a good swing on you? I'll just walk it off then. He glared. It needs room to breathe. If it's fractured, it could pierce your lungs, or worse, you could infect it. Quietly, I said, oh. Lee went over what I needed to be comfortable, but he was short and curt about the process. It was like he read off an excerpt from a stuffy textbook. Do this, not that. And yes, that's fine, was answered when Eve asked questions. His monotone matched his listless expression. Despite being shorter than everyone in the kitchen, Abuela took over and her voice boomed. She scolded Lee in Spanish, ordering him to clean up the mess and demand Max to help him. Neither of them fucked around to find out. They went right to it. Then she turned to me, pinched the bridge of her nose, sighed, but gave Eve a kind smile. Help him upstairs. He's a foolish boy, but he means well. I'll keep Lee busy since they apparently can't play well. Despite herself, Eve nodded. I don't think she wanted to face the wrath of Abuela either. The blonde gestured to the threshold, and I jammed my hands into my pockets, waiting for her to take the lead. She guided me to the living space, wordless with her wobbly gait. I had half the mind to tell her to rest, but I kept silent. The unpleasant chilliness in her wake made me second-guess myself. The last thing I needed was to dig my own grave. It was surreal, Eve in my childhood home, talking to my abuela. Her presence was like a paper-thin fog, thin film fogging my brain. Maybe it was an agonizing headache. The room's presence, my family squabbling, it all dwindled into a fog, like a vignette photograph taken, faded on the edges, crisp in the middle. I hobbled closer, not wanting to lose even in the sickening fog. I couldn't see it, but my hair stood on end as I caressed my skin, or as it caressed my skin. We reached the steps and painfully attempted to intercept her. I patted her shoulder before she could descend. Look, She turned on me, glaring. What's your problem? Mouth agape, I stammered. You see, for some reason, my family has a huge secret about me. And now I'm having an identity crisis, and I think you hate me. Despite the worrying thoughts attempting to aid me, I said, you're beautiful. This was a pause, a quiet awkwardness, if you will. Mom's cuckoo clock chirped 2 times as Eve tried to gather if I was stupid or not. Most people would expect memorabilia like framed photos, but a lit candle of Mother Teresa sat in the candle holder. Some warding symbols were carved into the wall beside it. Eve rubbed her forehead, a sign of defeat. You're delirious, I said. A little. She turned away from me, but I inched closer. Come on, I whispered. Don't be like that. Please, I'm a jackass and a little concussed. Damn right you are, she snapped, slapping my hand away. Who the hell do you think you are? I ran my fingers through my hair. Well, an hour ago I thought I was Huey, but now I'm not so sure. I said, I'm a jerk. You were just trying to help. She peeked over her shoulder, but said nothing. I tried to meet her averting eye. It was uncalled for, I murmured. You should hate me. She scoffed. Well, and she softened her gaze and sighed, almost like she was relenting my pitifulness. That's an exaggeration. I offered a smile and dipped my chin. I asked, so you don't hate me, truly? She scowled. Don't think you're off the hook. I would never. Let's get you to the sink since you can't stay clean for more than 2 seconds, apparently. I smiled sheepishly, but my lousiness didn't subside. Deep down, I could hear Max crying out. He believed that I was Matthew. What did he mean? Who is Matthew, anyways? What did it mean to be a hellspawn or a miracle? I pulled Eve close to stay anchored. Her cool skin against mine kept my mind from flying. She gasped, but it didn't shove me off. Instead, she guided me to the bathroom and had me sit on the white porcelain with the lid shut. I asked, am I too warm? A little, but I don't mind. Eve gathered a hand towel on the emergency kit, picking up tools as efficiently as a nail technician. After she placed the now dampened towel over my knuckles, I winced. She retorted, oh, calm down, you big baby. It stings, I whined, playing into the baby bit. With a chuckle, she asked, why did you pick a fight with your uncle anyway? I glanced away. He stole my lunch money. Uh-huh, she said, not falling for my bullshit for a second. I sighed. He said something. She tried to gaze into my eyes, but I turned away, my hand still at her mercy. I'm not proud of what I did, but he was out of line. And that warranted a fist fight? Fine, I said, as opposed to the alternative. She moved onto my other knuckles with the soaked towel. There was a knock at the door. It was soft and seemed to want retreat. Max, tension, tension built into my tone. Callous, brutal, but efficient. Shaking my head, I said, I'm counting ceiling tiles. Oh, he stammered. Okay, if you want to talk, I replied. 7, 8, 9. Footsteps squeaked away from the door down to the hallway. When I assumed he was gone, my attitude dropped and I formed a lazy smile. Eve didn't even reciprocate the smile, and I could already tell she had question brewing behind her arched eyebrows. Don't ask, I bet, please, I begged. Eve asked, are you sure you can't tell me? I sighed. Of course you asked. I shook my head. You don't want to know. She cradled my hands into hers and smoothed out the rough edges with the tip of her thumb, and I traced the lines on the floor with my eyes avoiding hers. I think I kind of do. My shoulders sank with the weight pressed against them. I said, please, I'm still processing. Slowly she nodded. Okay, but do me a favor. I met her gaze. Depends on the favor. Don't do what you always do. My eyebrows perked up. Look all handsome and act broodingly. She, she accused. Broodingly isn't her word. It totally is a word. That, it pisses me off. Your default. You pretend this is all normal and deflect. Oh, I cupped her cheek. Okay, I'll tone down the sarcasm and the assholiness. But I saw the doubt in her kissable frown. Why was it when we were alone, in the middle of all this drama, that her lips allured me so easily? Would I lie to you? She snorted in a heartbeat. Hey, I saw that almost smile. I chuckled. Would I break a promise? You? Maybe. And risk your trust in me? I'm already on strike two. She flicked the towel in my face and our laugh echoed along the walls, forgetting for a moment about Matthew, my family, and death. It took us a moment to notice the doorbell going off. With smiles on our faces, we sat in silence, ease tending to my wounds. After the front door creaked open, voices could be heard. Abuela, a stranger, Max. Their voices were calm at first, and then a pause, and a scream slicing the air. I shot to my feet, groaning, and at the sudden movement, Eve whispered, You're still injured, dummy. But that was Abuela. The house is warded, remember? Right. Anything that Abuela didn't want in the house was pushed out. So why was my stomach in such knots? Despite the pain, I pushed past Eve to the door and went for the hallway. She wasn't in better shape, but she could still keep up with my gimpy gaze. There was a stranger at the door. His voice was cool and enigmatic. Ugh, he crowed. This book is sure to liquefy your brain. When we got to the edge of the staircase, I saw Max on the floor, passed out. I gripped the wooden railing as my throat was tight. I squinted at the stranger, but their face was covered. Who are you? Abuela screamed. I assumed you figured it out already. Ah, Matthew, good to see you again. Again? Is Matthew drunk? I went down a few steps, but Eve gripped my shirt. No, stay back, Abuela commanded. I didn't move any further, but I needed to know. The atmosphere thickened, almost as though we were walking in water. I asked, Who are you? His lips exposed underneath his hood, and they pulled into a grin. Have you forgotten already? I'm a bit concussed, so you'll have to forgive me. Ah, no matter. Well, I'm deaf, all the same. Dun dun
Emotional
dun.
damage.
I think I need to take a
Yes?
break later too.
Well, hello, Maggie May.
Aw, hello Maggie. I really liked that one, Doc.
Look, I knew death was eventually going to enter the chat, but this is not how I thought death was going to enter the chat.
We're getting the triple void
Yeah,
feature going on.
Maggie was very politely, quietly enjoying the corner of Mom's bed where Star used to lay. Kieran and Hades jumped up, and Kieran wasn't having it. So Kieran's being a jerk face today.
Poor Maggie.
Now Maggie just gets the mama cuddles. It's all good.
It's all good. But she won't
All
settle
right.
down because she can see Kieran over there, and it's got her on edge.
Right.
It's okay, baby. Yes, triple void feature. All right, lovely. Ooh. I can't wait till this is all in together, and any missing parts are put together, and I get the whole thing. Because
you need the omnibus final edit.
Yes, I need the book. Right, baby?
Yes. That way we might not be so lost from week to week.
We are missing a few pieces here and there, but that's as we've learned, it's best to leave them wanting more and not sharing everything.
Yes.
Next victim!
Speaking of that.
Why did you just sound like the lady from Austin Powers?
1, no, 2.
I will not signify that with an answer. Jeffrey!
I'll take it. We had a whole bunch of
muffins! Muffins!
I see. We're back to David Attenborough for this one. I have an entire voice guide here. Let me pull this up to the side so I can have it ready. Welcome, dear friends. It is I, your favorite narrator. I've returned. First, I tricked everyone into believing I was a small, four-legged creature. Then I tricked Sarah into thinking I was her. You should have seen her face. But enough about me and who I am or am not. You all came to find out about muffins. Let me set the stage. A long, long time ago, according to Derek the Goldfish, on a cul-de-sac not far from Santa Monica, California, a human and a cat sat watching TV, oblivious to the events that were about to transpire. Sarah sat on the couch, watching a movie with muffins, her pet cat sitting on her lap. It was a Sunday night, and neither of them was in any hurry to get up. Muffins cared little for the flashing images on the screen, with the humans covering up their paws before fighting each other. It felt so wasteful. She looked up at her human and asked, "What purpose is there to hiding their claws?" To her continuous dismay, the woman smiled, scratching behind Muffin's ear, and said nothing. "Congratulations. Sarah was not the only inhabitant in this home who had a few brain cells short of a full bag of fries. Muffins had enough intelligence to ask logical questions, but lacked the wisdom to know cats don't speak human words. The two-legged mammals, dear ladies and gentlemen, only hear meow. When the movie ended, Sarah yawned, stirring Muffins and interrupting her nap. Leaping out of Sarah's lap, Muffins said, "What gives? I just fell asleep. So rude." Ignoring her, Sarah said, "Let's go, Muffins. I have work in the morning, and my boss is expecting those documents." To no one's surprise, except for those who were foolish enough to skip my glorious performance in part one of this tale, Sarah stood up, stepping on Muffin's tail, causing the cat to scream in pain. I will not repeat what she said. It was very unladylike for a cat. Startled by the angry cat, Sarah rushed to lift her foot, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Unlike Muffins, who could fall out of a tree and land on all fours without issue, Sarah had the dexterity and reflexes of a drunk rat. If all of that wasn't insulting enough, she had the displeasure of hitting her head on the corner of a small coffee table in front of the couch. Sarah did not move, which highly annoyed the frazzled cat. Pawing at her human with little success, Muffins licked Sarah on the face and said, "Get up." Cats don't go out of their way to save the day. I know this. You definitely know this. Sarah, if she weren't busy bleeding on her floor, would know this. What they need is a miracle. An unknown force who likes to chat with Sir Isaac Newton. If you didn't figure it out, it's me, you buffoons. An impulse to paw at the slim metal and glass device that her human left on the coffee table overcame Muffins until she pounced on it with the same gusto saved for mice or birds. With a swipe of her paw, the device unlocked. The next touched the contact button, which led to a scroll through different numbers and a pounce that selected a name at random and an impossible call when Muffins pressed her nose to the glass surface. You see a cat doing the impossible. I see a series of random chances by a furry friend who wants her human to stop messing around and get up. Who is right? Me, of course. This is my tale to tell, so stop being nosy. A deep male voice came from the device, causing Muffins to jump off the table, then stalk back. Sarah? An indignant meow was the only sound the man heard. Hello? I can't hear you. Muffins, is that you? What's going on? Meow, purr. Are you all right? If you're hurt, why did you call me and not the police? Meow, meow, said Muffins with indignation. What Muffins said up to this point was, "My name is Muffins, not Sarah. I can hear you just fine. At least you have the dignity to remember my name. If I knew what was happening, I wouldn't be talking to you. To be honest, I'm having a horrible time. This human is ignoring me. I'm a fucking cat. How do you expect me to know how to do that?" If you didn't notice, I was using shorthand meows. Otherwise, we would have been here all day listening to her. I have places to be. I'm scheduled to perform for a documentary on penguins that abandon their young to learn how to tap dance. The male on the other end of the call paused and said, I only hear your pet. If you can hear me, Sarah, don't worry. I will call for help. Stay strong. Meow. Understanding more than she should, Muffins replied, Pet? I'm no one's pet. I'm a sophisticated woman who operates on all four paws with a gorgeous tail that just got violated, by the way, and I am offended and aghast at your rudeness. Never underestimate how intelligent a cat can be. They know more than they let on. Nothing worse than feeling the scorn of a female feline with a long memory, especially when her name is Muffins. Banging on the door a short while later sent Muffins into a tizzy, causing her to hide under the couch and watch the strangers force the door open and find her human, who didn't even have the courtesy of greeting the visitors. More unwanted guests walked in with a moving bed and moved her human onto it and left, leaving Muffins alone.
Dear friends, we have reached the point in the story where everyone expects the cat to stay in the house and for the authorities, friends, or family members to find her. If any of you believed that hogwash, you don't know Muffins.
The loss of her human was unfortunate, but not the end of the world for this cat. Muffins waited for a gap in the movement by the strangers and ran out the door. If any of them saw her, they did nothing about it. Running through the bushes and up onto a wall, Muffins found a group of homeless cats she hung out with on the occasion she left her home. She saw Emmanuel, the social tabby, Sunny, the friendly orange, and Sophie, the feisty calico. Emmanuel purred and said,
Long time no see, Muffins. What are you doing here?
licking her paw, Muffins said, My human fell asleep on the floor. Ignored the new humans who arrived, and they took her away on a bed with wheels. Sunny jumped from the wall into a tree, full of energy, and said, Hey, Muffins, what's up? Have food? Want to play? Glaring at Sunny, Muffins said, Do I look like I have food? I have no interest in getting dirty playing your games. Rubbing her body against Muffins, Sophie said, How dare you make me do this voice? Rubbing her body against Muffins, Sophie said, I love how smooth your fur is. Je veux ton humour. Flicking her tail to Calico, Muffins didn't give Sophie the satisfaction of replying. I just want to point out for everybody, quick pause here, that the pronunciation guide, Sophie's is sexy French. Enjoy that. Flicking her tail to Calico, Muffins didn't give Sophie the satisfaction of replying. Purring, Sophie said, C'est la vie. Sunny being Sunny, he said, Let's hunt! Muffins will come, right? Jumping off the wall, Emmanuel said, You should know by now, Sophie, Sunny, that no one tells Muffins what to do. She's welcome to join us, though. Coming, Sophie? Purring with pleasure, Sophie said, For you, Emmanuel, bonjour. Caressing Muffins with her tail as she passed by, Sophie stepped off the wall and joined Emmanuel.
What some of you may not know is Muffins has been on many adventures with her feline friends. She may not admit it, but Muffins has a soft spot for them, despite how peculiar they can be.
Emmanuel served as the de facto leader of this bunch, as much as any stray cat can be. Sunny is a cannonball of energy who doesn't know when to shut up, but Muffins does like the attention. Sophie is another can of worms, though. The calico loves to flirt and is shameless about it. Very uncouth for a sophisticated cat such as Muffins. If everything went right, Emmanuel guided them to the best location. Sunny chased the prey towards the others, while Sophie distracted any other cats who wandered in before they could interfere. That rarely happened.
Pardon me, but I shall be the one to narrate this catastrophe. Emmanuel let Sunny loose in the park, because Sunny is a dimwit. He focused on chasing the rabbit and forgot why he was there in the first place. Emmanuel turned to Sophie for support, and to no one's surprise, Sophie started flirting with a black cat with a scar across its face, which sat perched on a wall nearby. Running out of options, Emmanuel looked at Muffins, who stared at him, daring the fool to ask, and he bowed his head and feet and did it himself. That is how they caught one rat, which Sunny ate by himself after stealing it and hiding. Growing bored, watching her friends be themselves, Muffins was about to suggest heading back when a human walking his pet accidentally let go of the protective restraint, allowing the beast to bark and chase his mortal enemies, including Muffins, who had no desire to tangle with a mangy mutt. Running away, abandoning her friends, Muffins returned home with her fur and part of her dignity intact. The strangers were gone, but Muffins pushed her way back inside thanks to the damage done to the front door.
To Muffin's dismay, she was alone, without the assistance of her human to dispense food for her. She doubted her paws could unlock the small metal containers that held her food.
Don't look at me. I'm just a narrator. If there's a difference between messing with a cat who is making a random phone call on a smartphone and using a can opener.
Giving up, Muffins found her human's favorite piece of fake fur and peed on it, so they would know her displeasure. After the first night alone, where Muffins had the entire bed to herself, a fact she would brag about the next time she saw Sophie, she raided the kitchen for food, leaving a hurricane of a mess. Day 2 ended with little achieved beyond sleeping most of the day and enjoying the sun that filtered through the window. Out of the food she could scrounge, Muffins was preparing to abandon the safety of her home when a moving box stopped and her human stepped out. Muffins ran out the house, through the door that was still ajar, and jumped around her human, furious and overjoyed in equal measure, and said, "You're back! How dare you leave me at home alone without food? I missed you. Where have you been? Feed me already. Are you okay?"
Are you not entertained? Muffins reunited with Sarah. It was a tale of pain, adventure, and joy.
Excuse me, author here. I'm sorry for interrupting, but the scene isn't over yet.
Wait, what do you mean that it's not over yet?
They have to say the first line. They have to say the line first. The prompt demands it.
You didn't satisfy the prompt yet. Fine, you're the one writing it. Please continue.
Thank you. Sarah picked up Muffins, who allowed herself to be handled as they walked toward the house. "My door! What happened to it?" asked a dejected Sarah. "Meow. What was that, Muffins?" "I said the strangers that rolled you away in the bed did it. Pay attention." Pushing the door open, Sarah walked in and looked at the mess Muffins had made over the last few days. When she reached the kitchen, Sarah dropped Muffins and facepalmed, shaking her head silently. "What did you do while I was in the hospital, Muffins?" Muffins lifted her chin and proudly meowed. "I assumed you'd figured it out already."
Are you satisfied now? Muffins said the line. The end. Now, I have places to be. The penguins won't make it to the tap dancing lessons on their own.
A perturbed Muffins said, "Excuse me, Mr. Narrator, but I am the star of the show. How dare you speak after me? I am supposed to say the last line."
Well, excuse me, Miss Muffins. I was not aware that you could hear me.
"I'm a cat. Of course I can hear you. I assumed you'd figured it out already," said Muffins, staring up in the air, daring the voice to speak again. After a moment of silence, Muffins nodded and left her human, who was cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, and sat in her spot by the window and took a nap. "Muffins!" screamed Sarah. Oh, she must have found her sweater. Muffins stared out the window. Her human was back, and she didn't have to leave the comfort of her home. All was well again. Meow.
She said, the end.
Meow.
You don't have to be so vulgar.
Growing irritated, Muffins asked, "Why won't you leave me alone?"
I apologize. I assumed you'd figured it out already.
Curling up in a ball and covering her face with her paws and tail, Muffins ignored the voice in her head and fell asleep.
What's that? Sir Isaac Newton. Our ride is here, and the penguins are ready for their lessons. I will be right there. Until next time, folks, farewell.
Bravo! Bravo! Oh my god. Yeah, but by the way, please don't ever do that voice again.
That was painful.
Please don't ever do that. And I'm not talking about the narrator.
The narrator voice is fantastic.
Really, really keeping me on my toes with my
You
voice
just hit her
acting.
thumb.
Oh, Izzy.
Izzy keeps hitting herself.
I mean, she just heard it, so of course she's going to hit it on everything.
Yes, I understand it was less than 300 words, but the sexy French voice just I can't. I can't. Ever. I can't. Oh god, I can't.
Are you going to be okay, Izzy?
We aim to break Izzy. The only problem is Izzy broke herself.
I mean, we know that.
Okay. Okay. Who's next up on the chopping block? Uh
Yes, you did.
By the way, if anybody's watching this VOD way in the future and you're looking for voice acting talent, you can just email the holdmypenproudcast@gmail.com and get a hold of me. Thank you.
yes, very much so.
And it is now immortalized in a clip.
Which part?
Somebody clip that French voice.
Don't you dare.
Too late, already done. However, I did include the part ahead of time, the part that says, how dare you? And the part that says, please note that the pronunciation said that. So it is bracketed by.
Like, I'm sorry, like, for anybody writing future stuff that they want me to read, quick narrator or reader's note, okay, here, female voices are difficult for me already, because I'm a man, and then throwing accents on top of them is even more difficult, so that's why she turned German at one point. Just don't. Please.
Spin. Geller!
I mean, I'll still read it. I just can't promise that it'll be good. So don't expect much when you give me, like, accented females. Galler. I guess I'll take this one in two because I was already reading the pronunciation guide earlier. All right. This one submitted by Galler, title Garden of Worlds. Sarasa, don't you think it's weird that a goddess would invite me to their abode? Loic said, his orange spherical head turning to appreciate her palace. If we weren't the Nexus, some people would say otherwise. It was a pretty, yet conventional place where Loic saw doors and furniture made of platinum-colored wood. The walls were painted to resemble a giant ruby. The window frames were made out of polished brass. The glass within was the color of emerald. It gave the place a feeling of opulence without being tacky. I meant perhaps inside one's universe, but outside, those cosmic entities don't do that nowadays. Arguably, even in the past, those jerkasses were a minority. I didn't read that in the right voice. The goddess Sarasa made a gesture with her many hands. After a certain massive conflict, gods are less motivated to be assholes. Is that because even weak mortal beings tend to punch above their weight when properly motivated? Loic, the Ginkable, asked. He conjured another gloved hand so he could gesture with it. I have read the historical documents of this place, informative to a very fastidious degree. It was more like the gods and mortals punching each other mutually until they both got tired, Sarasa sarcastically stated as she stopped in front of a door. It tends to happen when all kinds of beings work together to catalog history, but history has a bad habit of being a mess.
I mean, history, from my experience, is rarely a straight line. Loic traced a squiggly line in the air. Especially in a world like mine, which is considered a weirder for some of the rookies in the Nexus. Well, those are the guys who thought they were in fantasy stories that they like to read about. The goddess opened a door. They expect riches and to create their own paradise, when in reality they just traveled. The world is neither better nor worse for them, which is often a disappointment. Loic beheld a carpet of emerald tones that contrasted with the color of a legion blooming flowers on the ground and fruits hanging from the trees, the colors of which ranged from ones Loic could recognize to ones he had never seen in his life. I cannot say I don't sympathize with them, if they are the understanding type. Sarasa caressed one of the flowers with her ephemeral hands. So, what do you think of this place? I'm not going to lie, this is beautiful. Loic looked in awe at the garden. Are these species from different worlds? Yes, as well as a collection of worlds. Sarasa looked at Loic. Worlds? As in universes? Loic asked, worried about it. Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? Not necessarily. You see, we gods are a force, and at the same time, people. Sarasa explained while she cradled one of the flowers. It expanded, enveloping the duo with bubbles that contained stars, nebulae, and a multitude of galaxies. Everyone, in our perspective, is just an aggregate of quarks. That is your universe. Right now, you are talking to me, but you are looking at a fingerprint and facet of myself. Loic was looking at the spheres around them both. He touched one and sensed the life of everyone inside it for a brief moment. He let out a small gasp as he returned to himself. That's strange. The history books states that gods were defeated by weaker mortals. The way you said makes it sound that killing you isn't a simple thing. Loic's expression filled with confusion. A question bubbled forth. If that's the case, how am I even interacting with you? Have you ever gotten ill? No, scratch that. That's not the right analogy. Sarasa caressed another flower that spewed pollen stars. To put it into perspective, imagine that reality and matter were living and self-aware. Now think what would happen if you abuse them. Retaliation is the answer. And now the very things you are composed of start hurting the abuser, who responds in kind until one gives up or dies. Our infinite power doesn't mean we aren't immune to getting shanked in the pancreas equivalent. So we may be insignificant, Loic looked at the plants, but we have some power? I wouldn't call mortals capable of making deicide common insignificant, but you do you. Sarasa checked on a flower, channeling her essence. The flower flourished with a glow at her touch. As for why you can interact with the flowers at my level, the moment you passed through the threshold, it adjusted to accommodate. Loic nodded, glancing at one of the plants she caressed with concern. If you are worried about harming people inside by touching their worlds, don't mind it. Even if my kindred fights, the universes do not explode or get split apart. We may be embodiments of power and force, but our conflicts envelop these worlds rather than crush them. Sarasa soothed. Oh, okay, that's a relief. Loic still had a question. I wonder why you invited me here. This looks very private. Well, that's easy. You are a friend. Sarasa's many hands pointed at Loic. I thought it would be easy for you to discern. Loic stared at her like she'd grown a second head. That's all. We just talked. Went to conventions to nerd about comics or entertainment in general. That's all it took to give me a tour of your garden? Hey, sometimes that's all it takes to impress a multiversal being. Sarasa's eyes curved into smiles, which was quite bizarre. To be fair, we can also get a bit lonely and tired of being like that. You people remind us that we don't live in a bubble. Loic chuckled in response. Well, I guess small worlds play a bigger role than we thought. This time, the goddess was amused by the mortal rightful assessment as they both shared a pleasant moment inside the cosmic garden of worlds. Dun dun dun.
Very, very interesting.
I mean, there were some good points in there.
Yeah.
Nice.
I guess the line with the eyes turning into smiles made me think of like something out of Adventure Time. I don't know why my brain went there, but that's where it went.
Fair.
Am I one of the few humans on the face of the planet Earth that has had to be explained what Adventure Time is?
I mean, I've never seen a single episode of it, but I've seen enough memes and references to it to know like the general concept. And by that I mean I have no fucking clue because it's very confusing.
I did. Well, people kept talking about Adventure Time, and I was like, they're like, oh my god, have you never seen it? And I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And they're like, oh, it's a cartoon, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, okay, that explains why I have no idea. All right,
It's
next.
it's weird.
Nope. Doc, I say this with all the love in the world. That explains a lot.
I disagree with that, Drizzt, but okay. I actually like it. I was born way
And
before.
you've seen it,
Gross.
you watched it, but that also explains a lot, and I say that with all the love in the world, sis.
Oh, I know.
Rose! Woo! Ace's daughter, Rose.
Woohoo.
All right. Here we go. The red curtains part to reveal a large family portrait. The frame is golden with another language engraved in it. The mother and father stand up tall with crowns on top of their heads, a baby wrapped in the mother's arms. Two kids stand in front of them, one slouching slightly with long hair, while the other tries to make himself taller, like his father. They're surrounded by flowers, blue, green, and yellow. I can barely see the girl's face. It's covered by her long hair, but I know who she is. I never knew she used to have long hair. She must have cut it before meeting me. I can still hear her voice floating around the air. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of my eye. Even though she is gone, her words and warmth remain in my heart. I fear I can't do this without her, but I must. If this is the only way, to get even a slight chance to see her again. Olive, a deep voice breaks the silence of the hallway. I recognize the voice. It's the king's, and he's come to remind me of the very important meeting I must attend. I know this is a lot for someone of your age, but matters must be handled before chaos breaks loose in the kingdom. He has a long, dark brown beard with wrinkles on his cheeks from smiling too much. Even our footsteps sound loud as we walk through the halls. They echo off of the walls and fill the awkward silence that I refuse to fill with words. Guards open the two big doors as me and the king approach. revealing a long table with big chairs crowded around it. The walls are decorated with paintings and maps. The back of the room has a big window with a door. It seems to lead out to a balcony. The queen, a person I don't remember the name of, and him all sit at the table, not a single one speaking. The king joins them, gesturing for me to do the same. Taking a seat by him feels like picking a side, but it's better than standing by myself. The chair feels too big for me. Everything in this castle is very big. My arms fold over the table in front of me, looking between the two bosses, or as most call them, the king and the judge. Yet again, how in the world is this sweet child involved with Ruby? The queen's voice is gentle, and her eyes soft as she looks at me. Two big braids with strands of gold lay on her shoulders, fingers drumming on her napkin that is neatly folded on the table. I assumed you'd figured it out already. The judge glances over before going back to watching me closely, more closely than anyone else at the table. Not even the weird goat taking notes. They are, or were, connected, not only by emotion, but also their souls. I don't have an answer to why they were, but they were. His gaze is reaching an overwhelming point. What does he expect to find? I may wear my heart on my sleeve, but not my darn secrets. Why is he even here? How long will you keep her trapped? I whisper, my eyes locked with his. I don't know where he put her, but I know it's probably somewhere horrible and cold. I just want to visit her, talk to her again, and make sure she's okay. Forever. Simple? Already decided? He doesn't seem at all affected by this choice. To trap someone for ever? I raise to my feet, placing my hand firmly on the table. Forever? He nods, leaning back. I can't stay in this stupid room any longer. This was a whole waste of my time. I'm better off just doing it by myself. Though it might take way longer, it'll get done eventually. I push away from the table and quickly walk out the two big doors I previously entered through. The halls in this place are so long. I feel like I've run a few miles by the time I reach the guest room. The door clicks behind me. This room is probably the messiest in the whole building. Pillows lay on the floor by the bed, clothes torn out from the big closet. The blanket looks like it's been tossed and thrown around on the bed. I walk over to the desk by the bed and pull open the drawer. My hand digs through the contents, closing on a cold metal ring. Ruby's ring, a royal family heirloom given to her by the queen, her mother. My hand closes around it. I hope he was right, that me and her are connected by more than just emotion. The balcony doors swing open, letting the cool morning air in, but I can hardly take a full breath, tears slipping down my cheeks as I hold the ring over my heart. Ruby. I'm stupid. I can't do this without her. My reading ability sucks. I always mix up words and letters, and I can never seem to understand simple things. Simple things I should, but she never made me feel bad for that. She always helped me, and she taught me more than even my own mother. Ruby, I need you, please. Snap. I stumble back as a crack appears in front of me, like a crack in glass, but in the air. Tick, tick. Smaller cracks web outwards in all directions. I squint and there's a tree behind the crack. A tree, but nothing else, only darkness. You know what to do. The familiar voice sends chills down my spine. It can't be. How? Ruby? Dun dun dun.
That's where we're being left.
I beg your finest damn pardon. Well, Ace, walk down the hall and tell her you want more. I feel very stabby with this one. It's like, I'm not gonna lie about it. Um,
I can just imagine Ace being like, "You're grounded, young lady." Why am I grounded? You have to write 4,000 more words, and then you can be ungrounded.
Don't give him that idea. Oh my god. Just imagine hearing a scream down the hallway. More! I mean, this is how she writes at her tender age. Keep practicing. Keep, Yeah, I can't even imagine what it's gonna be. Yep. Spinny spin spin. Ow! All I did was click this finger to click the button on the mouse. And somehow this one, yeah, whatever. Luna!
All right, this is one of the ones who requested me, so here we go. We've got some content warnings here. References to death and allusions to child abuse. Ari, your father is dead. Those were the words that had greeted me upon waking, uttered tonelessly by an associate of his over a crackling landline. That's why I'm in this taxi, heading towards a town that I had sworn to never revisit, returning to someone who had been dead to me for decades, a man who I can stomach no better in death than I could in life. All for the sake of appearances, for people I don't know and who give no shits about me. But I'm the dutiful daughter because it's necessary, even though it rips me apart. The only good thing about this is that he's being cremated and someone else is keeping the ashes. I pay the fare and step from the cab, straining a goodbye toward the driver as she pulls away. Weaved in a black dress, veil covering my face, a tight, somber smile masking my indifference. I take in the church that has far more bloodstains than benedictions. My heart is a sledgehammer against my ribs when I spot the cloister of mourners gathered around the church entrance. There are so many more than I thought there should be. I hike my purse higher on my shoulder while I stuff my veil inside, simply to have something to do with my hands. I choke out a whisper, hoping no one can hear my detached. Just get through today, and you'll never see him again. Head bowed, I wade through the sea of black, pretending it's already over. And so it is with a great sadness, but also a magnificent pride, that we see Brother Curtis Alteen off to his glory. As we all know, he was a pillar of this church and community, and a testament to how a man should be. Approving murmurings echo, littered with a few amens. I fight hard against rolling my eyes into oblivion at the flagrant aggrandizing. I send a quick text to Sir and Majesty through our shared group chat, apprising them that the service has ended. I'd be on my way home to them in about a day. Home. The word had at one time left permafrost in my veins, but it's begun to thaw, crack, whenever I think about them. I slip my phone into my purse.
preparing to stand and leave until the pastor's words startled me. Before I let y'all go today, I've been informed that Brother Curtis's daughter is with us, a Miss Airy. Won't you come up and say a few words about your father? More rumblings, this time encouraging, spiral through me. I swallow down the syrupy bile threatening to choke me. I can't go up there and speak about that man in any positive manner. There's no way I would be able to keep my sanity intact. I have a taxi on the way. I don't want to miss it. That is a lie, but they don't need to know that. The pastor's tone is stern, resolved, masquerading under a guise of sympathetic authority. Surely a few words won't hurt. Some distant, disembodied voice, raspy and chaste, barks. That's right, girl. He was your father, after all. Helpless and without my consent, I am propelled in front of the congregation, staring them down as though facing a firing squad. They don't know him like I did. Memories assail me of the man who was supposed to be my protector, crumpled on the ground at my feet, bloodied, weeping, begging for his life in a darkened, smoky room, swelled face with one eye open, finding my tear-stained, frightened gaze. His smile, one I could not understand. A similar smile I wear now, cranking up the sorrow enough to be believable without falling into hysterics. What can I say about him? He was present. An uncomfortable pause at the lie only I know. He said sweetly, artificially so, "Come here, my cherub." I'd obeyed, still trusting, so naive to his intent. He got to his feet and stood me in front of him, his shield, hands heavy on my shoulders. Monotonous words that sound like nonsense fall from me. Mama had left us, and he did the best he could. School, homework, church, dance recital. Lies. All lies. And everyone else in this building, solemnly chanting their rehearsed, shallow support, is ignorant of what an ignominious man he truly was. Even so, I continue, trance-like, my body landlocked, but my mind left to drift on a frigid ocean. He pushed me forward, presenting me. Tall, shadowed men assessed me with hungry eyes, deft fingers grazing underneath my chin, across my cheeks, along my collarbone, leering and licking their lips as though my body was that of a woman's instead of a young girl's. She'll do, the men had chuckled. The mass nods as one, following their unoriginal script like good background actors. Take your time, someone calls out, the words ringing hollow. Daddy has to go away for a little while, cherub, but I'll be back before you know it, and then we'll go home. The last words he'd ever spoken to me. The shaking of hands above my innocence, a kiss to my forehead, his back retreating until the darkness ate him whole. Something inside me shatters, and I want to scream, but I stuff it down, seal it away, and bolt a steel door over it. I'm unsure of how long I stand in that spot, staring at nothing, an awful buzzing like an untuned radio ricocheting through my head. It could have been days for all I know, but the fog is dispersed when I'm shrouded in familiar heat. Sir's low, soothing Spanish rumble ties my stomach into the sweetest knots. Dove, I'm here. He attempts to lift my head, but I keep my chin tucked, the painted smile never leaving my face. The rest is a haze until we're sitting inside Sir's car. I stare ahead, not daring to meet his gaze, working to suppress my shaking. Concerned and husky, he informs, I was already close to getting you when you sent the text. But maybe I should have come sooner. You don't look well. I finally look at him, ignoring the worry and pain funneling across his face. Exhausted lines grooved as though by tire treads beneath his beautiful storm gray eyes. He drove all night? My guilt redoubles, knowing I'll have to make it up to him. I pull my lips back into another smile, exposing my teeth, my jaws aching from pretending for so long. My voice is too high pitched, too bubbly, when I insist, I'm fine, sir. Dove. He reaches across the seats to take my hand. You can talk to me, to your lawn. Don't hold it in, beautiful. His calloused hands are a whisper across my tensed knuckles. My voice lowers, but my smile holds firm. I'd just like to go home now. That might be the only truth I've told all day. I'm sat, but unsettled, attempting to absorb the words from these pages in this state will surely leave my brain liquefied. But I have to keep distracting myself. The alternative is feeling, and I don't wish to feel right now. Unfortunately, because of Majesty's presence, I think everything I've been bottling up lately is about to come to a head. The hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, breaking my concentration. I am pulled from my reading at the desk, and I turn a scowl towards Majesty, who's been hovering ever since I'd returned from the service. Holding back most of my irritation, I snap out, What? Cherished one, he rumbles, allowing temporary silence to descend. Hector and I have noticed that you haven't grieved the loss of your father. It's been almost 3 weeks, and you haven't been processing it either. Bile roils in my stomach to blanket my throat in a punishing, scathing gurgle. Gritting my teeth, my breaths heave, and my eyes throw daggers at him. I have been processing it every fucking day since that and long before. Neither of you are with me 24/7. We don't need to be when your emotions are so plain to read. If you'd like, we can go for a drive, a swim, have lunch on the patio. No! My stomach churns at how accommodating he is. How sweet and calm and understanding he is. I rocket out of my chair, nearly toppling it. My breath saws through my lungs so fast that I can see hazy red stars, my fingers continuously curling and uncurling to create and collapse fists. Sitting still isn't helping any of this. Neither is quiet or peacefulness. A titanium bear trap ensnares my heart. I had assumed you both knew that. We know it well, and that's why we've waited for you to address it, to face it, without pushing too hard. Majesty stands, a rare anger entering his gaze. If releasing frustrations is what you desire in this moment, then I can help you. He removes his jacket and drapes it over his vacated chair, tying his long hair into a bun at his nape. His stance is loose, relaxed. Whenever you're ready, cherished one, come at me with your best. That enrages me further, and I charge him with a snarl. I swing my right fist at his jaw, rotating my hips without putting all my power behind it. He dodges, barely stepping back. He's unfazed, face like stone, eyes assessing. I unleash a flurry of strikes, uppercuts, crosses, hooks. Every single one of them misses. Hot rage zips through me like a race car on a speedway. It isn't so much the fact that my blows aren't landing that's pissing me off. It's that Majesty hasn't attacked at all. He's put distance between us, and we're at a standstill. My glower is tilted up at this gentle brute, but reserved solely for the bastard ghost who won't stop haunting me. A heated growl, something deep, primal, unhinged, works its way free. Fight back! You're supposed to fight back! Majesty is quiet for what feels like hours. His forest green gaze softens, but his stance remains on edge, poised. Is that what you wanted? For him to have fought for you? An awful chill takes up residence inside my chest. Scorching tears, fast and bitter, fall to plop on the carpet beneath my bare feet. Fuck you! A breaking banshee screech. I rush him, blindly throwing out more punches and kicks. What do you know about it, huh? What do you know about him? Majesty evades everything, catching my wrists in his gentle, firm hold. Yanking myself free is fruitless. My grunts and scraping breaths quick, guttural, and desperate. Majesty takes us both to the floor, his ginormous body pinning me beneath him, and his huge hands trapping my arms against the floor above my head. I struggle with all of my dwindling strength to break Majesty's hold. I'm pretty sure I would have better success using a feather to push a boulder uphill. Regardless, I screech out my frustration, arching my back so that my chest is pressed solidly against his. My tears and words spur each other on a loop. You don't know. You couldn't possibly know. He wasn't there, even when he promised. My thrashing gradually falls into whimpering and exhausted panting. 22 years of my fucking life. Life for him. And people expected me to be grateful for sharing his DNA. My swallow is loud, even under the crash of my harsh heartbeat. When he rolls us over, I bury my face against Majesty's chest. I hate him. Every touch, every obeyed order because the alternative was worse. My voice is almost pleading as I crack out. I'll never forgive him for it. Never. I dig my trembling fingers into the soft fabric of Majesty's shirt, wanting so desperately to absorb his heat and strength. I know more about shit parents than I ever wanted to. Disgusted, resolute, quiet, not to mention rare. Majesty never discusses anything from his childhood to his early 20s. With my energy mostly spent, I shudder on an inhale, screeching tires against pavement. There are no words for my brain to send to my tongue. Instead, my muffled cries are absorbed by Majesty's already damp shirt. He holds me closer within the shelter of his embrace, his thundering heartbeat its own type of lullaby, and an abrupt end to this submission. That last line was improvised.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. There for a minute, I thought we were talking about something totally fucking different, and I already ate 4 corn dogs I don't want to re-see again. I did not know we were going into a fight and getting hurt. I thought we were going into a different kind of attack, and I'm pleasantly surprised with that. But I honestly thought I was fixing to come through this fucking screen. And I understand that's probably the trauma talking!
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna sit over here with my fucking dinosaur! Hi.
Do we have an emotional support dinosaur finally?
I know why Hellenic is making that
I've
face
had
in chat.
I've had it for a while. You just don't see it very often.
I know why. I know why you're making that face in chat. I really hope the wheel doesn't land on you next. We don't need those back to back. You're welcome, Luna. Thank you for asking for me to read it. I hope I did it justice. Oh, God. I got so scared. I thought the wheel was going to keep going.
That's me.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I am sorry. I am sorry to have assumed you'd already figured it out. Understand the game of life and learn how to play on your own. You are brilliant. I have known since you were a baby, yet I didn't teach you how to keep that brilliance. Teach you when to show it and when to hide it. How to control who does and doesn't see your cleverness. The game is filled with monsters. They will do anything to destroy your souls. I am so sorry I assumed you would survive this game. I was supposed to teach you the invisible rules. Teach you that this game of life has no rules, except for the ones that players keep. To teach you the complexity of how rules work. I forgot to tell you rules only work when the players want them to, or how the monsters influence the rules despite being infected with affluenza disease. I forgot to tell you about the affluenza disease. What was I thinking? I wanted your stories to be better. We are at war, and I forgot to teach you the basics for surviving. I am sorry I screwed up so much. The affluenza disease is rampant now. The disease is evolving. Even the players are becoming infected. We are turning into mutated humans, evolving away from what we could be. But what if we evolve into a better community with global respect for the survival of Earth? Just think, what if? Why not? Let's do it. And no turning back. The people running Earth for life. Running Earth for life itself. Dun dun dun. The poem.
I didn't even have enough time to finish stuffing the nuts in my face. Okay, I need it to be longer. We needed some humor after the last one. Okay.
Good thing I got a new pair of grippy socks. I'm gonna need them. Grippy socks. Okay. Please no, please no, please no, please no, please no. Please. Please.
Well, there was kind of a break in between. Alrighty. Well, Hellenic.
Wait a minute. Before we start, everybody, hydrate or dehydrate. It's not thrown up there, but I think everybody needs a drink before you.
I just got jump scared by the wife. While everyone's hydrating, I gotta say I'm seeing a trend in the things that people are asking me to read, and I just have to ask, why?
Because of how you said why.
No. I could understand that. I could understand if it was like, I would be flattered if people were like,
Damn, I really like that voice. It does something for me.
but no. This is a, hey,
I really want to relive my childhood trauma that involves bearded men. Make Sticks rated.
No, Doc. No. No. Doc, no. No. There is nothing emotional supportive about specialist scuff. Nothing.
all right, we're going to get into this. This is, everyone pay attention. This is important, okay? After earlier submissions tonight, I'm going to say that there is a big, bold content warning at the top of this. Mentions of sexual assault and statutory rape. So, if you have to step away for a bit, if you have to mute the stream, whatever you have to do until you see the wheel spinning, by all means, do what you must do to protect yourselves. Midway through the party, Tyler was still thinking how best to word his confession to Angela. It didn't help that, as one of the only 3 guests, only 2 of whom were verbal, it was not an easy thing to sneak away. Thankfully, after losing his 4th blistering round of Smash Bros, Max suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, Tyler, come upstairs. I want to show you the thing my uncle got me. Relief flickered, then died in Tyler's chest as SJ caught his eye. He'd only just met SJ, and was not familiar with the boy's expressions, but something about the look unnerved him. But a second later, SJ calmly turned back to the TV and jumped into queue for an online match. Sure, just don't take too long up there. Right, come on. Tyler was still reeling as Max took him by the hand and began to pull him along. Anxiety started to well up in his belly as he followed in Max's footsteps, staring at the back of his feathery blonde head. Halfway up the stairs, deja vu turned to cold certainty. He knew this tension. It thrummed through Max just as it had when last Tyler babysat, as Max led him up these same stairs, and suddenly his resolve solidified. Max shut the door behind them and reached up to grab Tyler by the shirt collar. Tyler knew from the last time that Max was stronger than him, so as the boy's hands reached up, Tyler placed his arms between them, fists at eye level. The hungry excitement on Max's face flashed to anxious surprise in the blink of an eye. What is it? Tyler knew what he had to say, and he didn't want to say it. Tyler? It's over, Max. He saw those blue eyes contract, saw the goosebumps rise on his neck. Max took a dizzy step back, the blood draining from his face. Tyler delivered the death blow. I'm gonna tell Angela. Desperation and anguish were written on Max's face as he stepped forward and gripped Tyler's shirt. Tyler, you don't have to. You shouldn't feel guilty. Tyler bit off his shout before it reached full volume, remembering that there were people downstairs. Just that flicker was enough to make Max flinch, and he took a deep breath before beginning again, softly. This isn't about who started it. It's grown so far past that, I can't even... But his composure failed him. He pressed his forehead into his palm, dug in his nails. Max started to reach forward to put an arm on him for comfort, but seemed to realize it was a bad idea and put his arm down. He didn't know what to say. I'm disgusting, Tyler said in a whisper. No, Max was firm. No, you're not. I am. Look at what I've done. Look at what I've done, Max charged, as though it were a competition. I assaulted you before you even knew me, before I learned your name. I threatened and ridiculed you. I forced you to play along like it was a game. It's not yourself you should be calling disgusting. They were words meant to calm him, and they did. They brought Tyler back down to earth, helped him look at the boy in front of him, to remember who he was and what had brought him here. From that centered place, he spoke a grave and hopeless truth. Max, I can't be with you. I'm not a child. Not anymore. I have responsibilities to your mother, to Angela, to my boss. She brought me into your house to take care of you. I should have told her the moment I recognized you, only I was too shocked and too witless. I should have called or texted her after she left, but your eyes were on me, and I was too scared of what you might do to me. I should have told her when she came home, but I had just had 3 days of the best sex in my life, after 4 years of living with that harpy. He didn't say, and I wanted to see you again. He looked into Max's noon blue eyes, saw the absolute attention there, and started to cry. And I've had a whole month to tell Angela the truth. He didn't say, but Carrodus assured me that we were meant to be. What's my excuse? That I wasn't sure she'd believe I wasn't the cause of this? That I didn't want things to be awkward between us at work? His face turned sudden granite. I've been a coward. At every stage of this, I've acted like a coward and shirked my responsibilities. Now it's time to act like a grown-up. I'm going to tell Angela what I've done, and I'll accept whatever consequences comes of it. I won't live like this anymore. Silence passed like a river between them. At some point, Max's eyes had become as level and steady as Tyler's. When he was ready, he spoke. Tyler, if your resolve is set, and if this is the only way to free yourself from this guilt, then I'll come with you. I won't make you face this on your own. Tyler's hazel eyes shimmered, and he felt a sob rising up his throat. But before you do, Max arrested him with a voice of iron, so unlike that of a child. There's something you should know, too. The sob retreated, and Tyler had to take in a breath to still his sudden dizziness. After a moment, he nodded. Max held his gaze a moment longer. Then he placed his words down methodically, as if he were setting up a chain of dominoes. From the first time I raped you, till I saw you again in the foyer, not a day went by that I didn't think about what I'd done and masturbate. After that, he seemed to lose his iron edge. And from the last time I saw you to today, I have continued to think about what I first did to you and have masturbated nearly as often. His breath came shakily, but his eyes made it clear Tyler was not to interrupt. I tried to stop. God knows I didn't want to keep doing it. Every time I felt like I was hurting you again, and for a while, probably not as long as I should have, I agonized over it. But I kept remembering the way I'd felt when you forgave me, and I reassured myself that everything was all right. Because I'm a precog, and my future sight told me that you were the man I would fall in love with. Besides, because I'm a son of Eros, and it's so natural for me to pursue and win. Because Carrodus is my brother, and he promised to marry us and make us a legitimate couple, but I didn't. For the first time, his speech faltered. Although Max hadn't been speaking quickly, he suddenly seemed to stop and catch his breath. I didn't even think what you were going through all this time. I was just so happy that you'd remembered I'd put my number on your phone. So glad to be talking to you every day at last. And in all that time, I didn't even think to ask how you'd been holding up under all this. Tyler felt a sting run through his chest. I thought you knew and were trying to avoid a sore subject. Max's face was grim. It never occurred to me. I keep saying that I love you, but I never think of anything other than my own pleasure. Even now. Suddenly, Tyler found Max's hand on his mouth. He was being forced back.
His legs encountered the side of the bed, and he fell where Max wanted him. All the while, those blue day eyes followed him, sharp and cruel as talons. Even now, part of me wants to tie you up and keep you for myself. I want to forbid you from saying anything to Angela, to make you bind yourself to me, swear to keep my secrets and be my plaything until you rot. Terror seized on Tyler's mind, less from the import of Max's words than from the heat he could feel rising up beneath his skin, and the shrinking thing within him that quelled the demigod's words and longed to be his puppet. I want to force you down and ravish you. Do everything I did to you again, only this time. He pulled a phone out of his pocket. Vow never to erase the footage. I would do it if I weren't afraid of your rejection. So, how about we play it like this? Still covering Tyler's mouth, Max brought his phone down to where he could see the screen, opened the clock app, moved over to stopwatch, and put 10 seconds on the timer. I'm going to let go of your mouth. All you have to do is say no to me before time runs out. I'll get off of you. We go find Angela, and we come clean about everything. Keep silent. He got down low and growled in Tyler's ear. And you're mine. Tyler had about 4 seconds to process this before Max's hand slipped away from his mouth and the timer began to run down. So, what'll it be?
We're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Twas intense and borderline TOS, but it definitely how do I say this? Art in any form is meant to make the consumer feel something, and I think that it succeeded in that.
Look, we're already trauma bonded to each other. We don't need to be any furtherly trauma bonded to each other. There's some of the shit I just have to bow out on. And it takes a lot to get me to bow out. I went and got the emotional support pretzels out of the freezer. All right, time to spin that wheel.
Julie DeFisher. Mine.
So say this is an entirely different type of trauma. This is the physical kind involving bullets.
I don't think so on this one. But yeah, close.
The black windowless transport van hummed beneath him as miles of destitute highway disappeared into the void. The second hand Goodyears chewed up and spat back into the moonless night. This had become his job, his road, and above all, his routine. He'd drive up to the kid, pick up the extended side-by-side, trek the several hours over to Ellis Peak, and wait for one of the three to contact him for pickup. It wasn't his job to acquire the cargo. Logan was merely the man behind the wheel, assuring its on-time delivery. Or at least, that's what he told himself when his conscience would weasel its way into the chat. Logan got lucky a few times and didn't have to take the cargo all the way back to the van. But tonight wasn't the case. As he drummed his fingers against the steering wheel, glancing in the rearview mirror, the road was empty. It always was this time of night. Good. Looking back at the road, the mountain pass rose out of the darkness against the horizon. The radio, which had previously played some old country song, now crackled with static. Not uncommon for this part of the pass, but the knot of nerves wound tightly in his stomach. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. It wasn't until a small movement caught his eye. Logan glanced at the mirror again. He was supposed to be alone. He had already made the drop hours ago and was on his way back. But when his eyes locked onto hers, Logan's stomach dropped. A girl sat in the black back seat. Blonde hair, wide blue eyes, perfect skin, lightly sun-kissed. Except for the harsh, bluish-purple bruised cheek, tears lightly streaming down her face. Logan jerked the wheel to avoid something in the road, his frantic gaze returning back to the road with his pulse hammering against his ribs. No. When he looked again, she wasn't alone. 3 girls occupied the rear bench, then 5, then 8. Then the entire back was packed shoulder to shoulder, silently watching his every move, each one of them staring straight through his soul. Logan gripped the steering wheel harder. The radio died. The headlights flickered. The darkness outside swallowed the road. What the fuck? This can't be happening. No one answered. The girls continued watching. A native girl sat near the window, the blonde girl beside her. Another with tears tracking silently down her face. One looked barely old enough to drive, hair in long braids and eyes like 2 pits swallowing up the light as it entered. Logan recognized some of them, others he didn't. That should have made him feel better, maybe even hinted that it wasn't real. It didn't. His hand slipped on the steering wheel. He looked down. Blood coated his fingers, dark, sticky, and fresh. The scent of copper made him want to throw up. The van drifted. The road vanished. The engine died. And what little light was still holding on from the flickering headlights was swallowed. Silence rushed in. Logan's breathing sounded too loud, too fast, and too far away for his ears to compute. The first girl stood, then another, then another. One by one, they rose from their seats, never speaking a word. The crying had stopped. Nobody screamed. They simply stared blank faces void of the emotions he had just witnessed. Logan reached for the door handle. Locked or jammed, he couldn't tell which. He pulled harder. Nothing. Panic clawed its way into his throat. Come on! The blonde girl slid forward. The bruise beneath her eye looked familiar. The fear locked onto her face did too. You said you'd take us home. The words landed like a punch. Logan froze. Another voice joined hers. You said we'd be okay. Then another. You promised. The girl started moving, reaching, clawing at his clothes, arms and even his hair, dragging him backwards. Logan struggled, trying to push his way out the driver's door, but nothing would budge. The window wouldn't even roll down to attempt that as an escape route. He kicked his legs in defense as they pulled him into the back, forcing his body between the captain's chairs. Once they had him firmly in the back of the van, Logan forced himself to back away until his shoulders hit the rear doors. Nowhere left to go, he pulled on the door handles, screaming, No! Stop! The doors behind him gave way. Relief surged through him briefly, instantly gone before his feet hit the concrete. The red and blue lights stretched across the darkness. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, flashing endlessly. The entire horizon burned with them, and standing in front of the lights was a woman. Dark hair, ball cap, bright green eyes that looked to hold all the fury of every woman ever scorned. She wasn't aiming a gun, shouting, or even threatening him. She merely held a stack of photographs in her hands, flipping through them one by one. Each picture showed a different girl. The blonde, faces from the res, faces he'd forgotten. Some faces he wished he could forget. The girls behind him filed out one by one, fanning out and creating a semicircle around him, pressing closer. The woman held up another photograph, and then another, and another, building a case, a grave, a hangman's noose he wouldn't ever be able to escape from. Then she stopped. Her eyes met his. I assumed you'd figure out how to do the right thing by now, Logan. You should have walked away and figured it out already. But alas, no such luck. Now you are going to be the one to go down for all these crimes. Logan swallowed hard as the last photograph was thrown at his feet. His breath caught. It wasn't a missing poster, a victim, or even one of the girls that now pressed in so close they were making an impenetrable wall he couldn't escape. It was him, loading a girl into a van, caught in the act, proof of his involvement and participation in covering up what the others had done. The police lights exploded brighter. The girls grabbed for him as the woman started walking forward, slow, certain, unstoppable, like a predator that had honed in on its prey. Logan couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't. A door slammed. Logan bolted upright, drenched in sweat. His hand disappeared beneath the motel pillow before he was fully awake. Nothing was there. No gun. No knife. Nothing but a sweat-soaked pillowcase and a pounding heart. For several seconds, he sat frozen on the bed, listening and waiting for the dark green eyes to materialize out of the darkness. The digital clock beside the bed glowed 3:17 a.m. Outside, tires hissed across wet pavement. Somewhere, a truck engine rumbled in the distance, and the ice machine hummed. Logan dragged a hand down his face. His shirt clung to his skin. The motel room smelled like stale cigarettes and bleach. The burner phone sat on the nightstand, silent, just as it had for nearly 2 weeks. He stared at it. No missing calls. No messages. No Donald. No Derek. No answers from any of the others. His stomach twisted. 13 days ago, a woman had answered Derek's phone, and nobody had heard from any of them since. The sun was cresting the horizon when Logan threw his duffel bag into the back of his old beat-up truck. He hadn't had more than 30 minutes of sleep since the dream. Dark green eyes haunting him, and every small sound set his teeth on edge. Logan knew that he couldn't run forever, at least not without the means to hide to do so properly. And with all his connections tied to Derek and Cole, he didn't dare reach out. God knows what anyone would say, let alone think that he snitched them out, when in all actuality, he did his job and went home. Or in this case, on the run. Hell, he didn't even know if anyone was really looking for him at this point. Maybe they kept their mouths shut, and he was paranoid for nothing. But with no way to know for sure, Logan had made his move, putting as much distance between him and Dead Man's Pass in hopes that dear old Uncle Donald would have some information. Dun dun dun. After everything else that Styx and Kesh have read out tonight, we needed some asshole to have some kind of retribution, some kind of comeuppance. Good God Almighty, Logan had better be fucking haunted by what the fuck he has done. That motherfucker.
What's she saying?
what I just love about this is all of the brainstorming that Julie and I have done on our stories and these converging storylines and shape is that I know Logan is gonna get what's fucking coming to him. I just know it deep in here. I know it deep in here that he's gonna get what's fucking coming to him.
Yeah, because we all know Roscoe ain't gonna let that boy make a fucking deal. Now, is she gonna hang him by his balls and beat him like a pinata until the bears get to him? I don't know. She ain't told me yet.
Very much had it coming. Oh shit, woman! And you were considering continuing on from there?
Yeah, I actually had about another little bit. That's only like 1,400 or a little over 1,400 words. I was actually gonna get him down to Donald's house, and that's where I was gonna cut it. But we ran out of time.
We ran out of time. That's fine. I think
I left it in a good spot.
Yeah, I am righteously fucking. Oh, he had it coming. Had it coming.
And originally, I had it actually said Roscoe. Like Roscoe walks out of the dark, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. We got a small problem.
He
here.
don't know her.
He doesn't know who the fuck Roscoe is, and Roscoe would have never. And from what we know about the previous scene, and I'm operating off what y'all know, not what I know. Roscoe never gave her name when she answers the fucking phone.
Correct. But you know what? When she speaks in his dream,
Yeah,
he would recognize that voice from the phone. Put a little bit of extra thing in there to judge, that the voice from the phone haunting him, or yeah, yeah, yep, get what's coming to him next.
I think you should read this one, Izzy.
Ace.
Is that who it is? Because it looks like
it is.
Gotcha.
No, you got Ace's daughter. I got this one.
Okay.
Okay, good, because bathroom's calling. But enjoy. I will have my ears on.
Oh, it had to be me anyway, because it's the drill sergeant again. It's a nice short one. That book will liquefy your brain, Uncle, Carter said as she passed him in their living room. Thankful his boots were not on the couch he reclined on. Carter, I'm not reading the notes. I'm studying the differences between the Royal Navy and ours. Good. After a few moments of silence as Carter set the table for breakfast, she suddenly blurted out, No, absolutely not. Sergeant Uncle John Hopeless Carter, I am not setting you up on a date with any of the female officers. Carter, I never... That's right that you never, replied Carter. This is my house, and in my house, I am the sergeant, and you are the private. Carter stepped over to the pantry and opened it, revealing shelves of seed packets. I see my garden is still hiding in here. Spring is approaching. When are you going to prepare my garden out back? Sergeant John growled from the living room. Uncle, you have 2 arms, a strong back, and a ridiculously expensive hoe you insisted on buying from the surplus store. I assumed you'd figured out how to use it already. John grunted, set down his book, stood, and walked out through the open front door. Carter looked over at the table and sighed, forgetting his breakfast yet again. The door slammed shut, as did the submission.
Styx's ad-libs. Good God.
Dismissed!
Look, I'm trying to find my own identity. I don't want to carry on the dun, so I need to,
I'm here for it.
Look, we all have our own catchphrases at the end of it.
The dun 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 comes from earlier in our whole thing on here, trying to do sound effects with a soundboard, and we were able to get find on there the SVU dun dun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we got to it, the end of a thing, I would hit the button.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we remember that how Gremlin got stuck on what was it? The cruise for a
Belt,
fucking
yeah.
month, and all you would hear in the background of our lives is the back end of the cruise. And she gets up there with Belt, and they go dun dun dun. That's what we were looking for. That's how we.
Well, and then we had some issues with the whole OBS and on the screen and sounds coming through, and so we ended up going with something else because we ended up with the alerts on screen after making affiliate. So just look, nothing is ever set in stone. Everything is a revolving evolution, including all of our writing skills.
I gotta say that having the SVU sound effect would be a little bit too on the nose after a couple of tonight's submissions.
100%.
And also something I wanted to mention a little comment about Ace's submission here is if Sergeant John actually had a really expensive hoe, Carter wouldn't be worried about setting him up on a date.
That's why I was in the process of taking a drink, and I was trying very hard not to at that point, because we remember what happened last week.
Nothing happened last week.
Last show.
That's the week before.
What you meant?
I had to walk out of the room because
There we go.
I didn't need. I think it was Code Red and watermelon Red Bull coming out of my nose.
Spin to
Yeah,
win.
well,
Here's a fun fact. I do make
little lady Eva. Come on, get. Come on, computer. Gee, take my mouse clicks. God, motherfucking damn.
That almost sounds dirty.
Okay. I read ahead.
You good? Or does somebody else need to...
No, I got it. I just read ahead.
Okay. Here we go. Little lady Eva in her return to the Hold My Pen podcast.
This one doesn't have a content warning, but it might need one. Get to put on my best thriller voice here. Little Fox was good at running, but he could not outrun death. He escaped the house, a place in the land of the Fae where he remained prisoner for years. In his time there, he was made to run through labyrinthian halls, fleeing from specters made of shadow. When these shades did manage to catch him, he was torn apart from the inside, and his fairy master, the lady of the house, would put him back together just to make him do it again. He had been trying to escape as long as he could remember, and each attempt ended in failure. However, this time, he did escape. Well, most of him had anyway. His right arm was now gone. All he had left was a bloody stump. He had crawled out a window to safety, but his friend Bear was left behind. He reached his hand through to grab her, but the shades found him first. They tore his arm off, and the window slammed shut. He could not open it again. She'd be all right. She could fight him, he assured himself as he staggered away, holding his stump. He tried to put as much distance between himself and the house as possible. There was snow on the ground as he ran. Between the blood and the footprints, he left an easy path to follow. His breath came in ragged puffs. Adrenaline fueled him for a bit. He did not even notice the pain or the bleeding until it was too late. Strength failing, he stumbled into a little garden. Flowers pushed up underneath the frost. He did not know what they were, but they came in all colors of the rainbow and all covered in tiny ice crystals. He was unable to go any further and lay down amidst the flowers. It was a beautiful place to die, and he was dying. Blood poured out. Little Fox bitterly resigned to his fate. At least he would die free. "Who comes to my garden uninvited?" a voice said. Little Fox could not answer. He could not even turn his head to address the voice. It did not matter. He was not long for this world anyway. "You need help." The voice was closer now, right above him. Little Fox, now barely conscious, looked up and saw a man gazing down at him. He was tall and handsome with an unnaturally gleaming smile. "I can fix you up, give you a new arm, but there is, of course, a price." Little Fox nodded. He had nothing but himself, and in his dying state, he figured if the man would save him from dying, he would pay anything. "A deal is struck. Now hold still. This will hurt." A primal scream, more intense than any that had ever existed, tore from Little Fox's throat as hot metal was pressed into his stump. All of his nerves sang with the fire of molten gold as the tall man worked, intermingling metal and flesh. Little Fox cried out incomprehensibly, begging him to stop. But the deal had been struck. Though it seemed like hours, mere moments had passed, and the man stood up, now spattered in blood as he admired his handiwork. "There. Now, how does that feel?" Little Fox blinked as the pain vanished. He looked down to see a new, golden, mechanical arm. It lifted with ease. He wiggled the fingers, and they moved with a soft whir. The arm flexed as his natural arm had. He looked back up at the man who smiled down at him. "Thank you," Little Fox said. "Now, my pet, come with me and we shall talk about your price," the man said, his unnaturally gleaming smile unwavering. "What will I have to give you for it? I don't have anything." Little Fox was beginning to wonder if he had been better off dead. "I assumed you had figured it out already. It's the standard deal for your kind. You will work for me until you work off your debt. Now, come along," the tall man growled. Little Fox found himself rising to his feet, powerless to resist. He was still woozy, but this man did not care. Little Fox started running after the man. "Sorry," Little Fox murmured, realizing he had escaped, only to end up trapped again. "Sorry, Master, little one. You will refer to me as Master." "Sorry, Master," Little Fox said as his heart sank. He traded one captor for another, and one chapter for the next.
Blood splatter! Yay! Blood splatter! And no, I am not peeling skin. I'm peeling glue off undamaged skin. In case anybody was wondering.
You sure about that,
There we
Izzy?
go. Yes, I am sure about that. Being very careful, but it was catching on stuff and collecting cat hair.
Gotcha.
which is not hygienic to begin with.
No, it is not.
I like being able to bust out my creepy guy voice every now and then, and I'm not talking about the creepy guy like a couple of the other creepy guys. I'm talking about the just like generally
Run of
spooky.
the mill, creepy guy.
Yeah, like the spooky antagonist creepy guys, not the
I,
you got a pretty mouth creepy guys.
I was,
Never
uh,
say that again. Never say that again. Lord.
um,
Oh.
uh, Crypt Keeper tones in that creepy guy voice for that one.
We're spinning. Oh my. And not me finding it funny that when I popped into the document, it gave Styx the nickname of Anonymous Quokka.
You were anonymous axolotl. I was wondering who that was. Nathan Stark, come on down. What was that face about, Julie? That was an instant like, oh no, here we go. Buckle up.
Well, because it's
Yeah,
Nathan. Buckle
it's
up.
Nathan. This could go one of 5 ways, and I have no idea which way it went.
Well, shall we say that the title is Garden of Echoes?
Echo.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Going once. Going twice.
Izzy's already rising to the occasion.
I'm rising to the occasion, yes. The first week of spring arrived quietly, almost apologetically. Winter still clung to the hills outside Black Ridge, Tennessee, with patches of dirty snow hiding beneath skeletal oak trees. But the air had softened. The breeze carried the scent of damp earth inside of ice, and birds that had been silent for months tested uncertain songs from high branches. Most people welcomed spring. Evan Mercer didn't. Spring was when people remembered things: birthdays, anniversaries, graves. At 26, Evan worked the evening shift at Black Ridge Public Library, a squat brick building tucked between the courthouse and the abandoned textile mill. It wasn't glamorous work, but shelving books didn't require conversation. And conversation and conversation usually led to awkward silences once people realized he wasn't interested in pretending everything was fine. His apartment overlooked the cemetery. His walk home cut through it every night. People asked why. He always shrugged. It's quieter than Main Street. Truthfully, the dead were less exhausting than the living. The rumors began on a Thursday. Mrs. Donnelly, who had apparently appointed herself mayor of gossip sometime around the Reagan. Let me start that line again. Mrs. Donnelly, who had apparently appointed herself mayor of gossip sometime around the Reagan administration, slapped a gardening magazine onto the circulation desk. They found flowers. Evan barely looked up from scanning returns. Congratulations. No, hidden flowers. He sighed. There are visible flowers too. That's kind of how flowers work. She frowned. You always ruin everything. I try. She leaned closer. Old Hollow Estate. That made him pause. Everyone knew Old Hollow Estate. Nobody went there. Not because ghosts lived there, because teenagers had spent decades insisting ghosts live there. Different thing. The mansion had burned 50 years ago. Only its stone walls remained. People claimed lights wandered through the ruins. Children laughed where no children stood. Dogs refused to cross the property line. Evan had always assumed the local economy simply depended on ghost stories. Apparently, Mrs. Donnelly whispered, a hiker found a garden behind the ruins. A hidden garden. Yes. So, someone discovered plants. She glared. You are remarkably difficult to impress. I work in a library. Fair point. Saturday morning arrived gray and misty. Evan hated himself for driving to Old Hollow. Curiosity was an expensive habit. The estate sat nearly 30 minutes outside town, swallowed by forest and fog. Crumbling stone columns marked what had once been the entrance. Ivy strangled broken walls. Moss-covered, shattered statues whose faces had long ago dissolved beneath rain and time. Everything looked abandoned, except the flowers. Impossible colors spilled across the clearing. Blue tulips, black roses, silver lilies that shimmered even beneath cloud cover. The air smelled like rain and fresh-cut grass. None of it should have existed. Not here. Not after decades of neglect. A narrow stone path wound between the blossoms toward a rusted, wrought iron gate hidden behind climbing vines. The gate stood slightly open, as though someone had been expecting company. Terrific, Evan muttered. Nothing says good decision like entering mysterious abandoned gardens. He pushed the gate. It opened without a sound. That bothered him more than a rusty squeal would have. Inside, everything changed. The wind stopped. Birds vanished. Even the distant highway disappeared. Silence wrapped around him like heavy velvet. The garden stretched far larger than it should have. Rows of flowers curved impossibly into the distance. Ancient apple trees bloomed despite having no leaves. Stone benches circled crystal clear ponds, reflecting a sky that somehow looked brighter than the one overhead. At the garden's center stood a mirror. It rose nearly 12 feet high, its silver frame twisted with carved vines. A massive crack split the glass from top to bottom. Then another, then dozens. The fractured surface reflected the garden wrong. The flowers bloomed in different colors. The trees leaned opposite directions. Clouds drifted backward. Evan took one slow step closer. The reflection smiled. He hadn't. His stomach dropped. The reflection raised one finger to its lips. Then a whisper. Soft. So soft he almost thought he'd imagined it. Don't. Another voice answered from somewhere inside the glass. Too late. A third. He found it. The mirror wasn't echoing. It was talking. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of whispers layered together until they sounded like wind passing through dry leaves. Evan backed away. Every whisper stopped at once. Silence. Absolute silence. Then one voice spoke clearly. I assumed you'd figured it out already. He spun around. Nobody. Nothing. When he looked back, someone stood inside the mirror. It looked exactly like him. Same jacket, same beard, same scar above the left eyebrow, except its eyes were completely black. It smiled, not pleasantly, patiently, like someone waiting for an old friend to remember something terrible. Evan stumbled backward. The figure copied him perfectly until it didn't. Its reflection kept walking forward. One step, another, closer to the cracked glass. The surface rippled. A pale hand pressed against the inside. The glass bulged outward. Evan ran. Branches whipped across his face as he tore through the garden. The silence remained. No footsteps behind him, no birds, no breathing except his own. He burst through the iron gate and froze. The ruins were gone. The road was gone. The parking area had vanished. Instead, Blackridge stood before him, except wrong. Streetlights leaned at impossible angles. Storefronts carried unfamiliar names. Church steeples had disappeared. The courthouse was missing its clock tower. People walked sidewalks wearing clothes just slightly out of fashion. Nobody noticed him. A newspaper blew past. He caught it. The date was today's. The headline wasn't. Local man found dead after library fire. His hands shook. The photograph beneath the headline showed him, very dead. A cold voice whispered beside his ear. There you are. He slowly turned. Another Evan stood 6 feet away. Then another stepped from an alley. Then another emerged from inside a storefront. Different clothes, different ages. One limped. One wore a sheriff's badge. One had blood covering half his face. One looked 80 years old. Every one of them smiled. Not happily. Hungrily. The oldest version tilted his head. You really don't know, do you? Evan couldn't answer. The blood-covered one laughed. It sounded exactly like his own voice, only emptier. The sheriff sighed. We were hoping you'd remember. Remember what? No one answered immediately. Instead, they all looked behind him. Slowly, every version of Evan took one synchronized step backward. Fear crossed their faces, real fear. The oldest whispered, Run. Something enormous moved behind the mirror. Not a person, not an animal, just a shape. Too tall, too thin. Its outline flickered like a reflection in disturbed water. Then thousands of whispers returned all at once, not speaking, screaming. And the garden answered with the sound of every flower turning toward him together. The flowers moved, not with the wind. There was no wind. Every stem bent at once, every blossom twisting toward Evan with an eerie, synchronized grace. Thousands of petals slowly turned until they all faced him, like a silent audience waiting for the curtain to rise. The whispers became screams, not loud, close, right against his ears. Different voices, different ages, different accents. Some begged, some laughed, some cried, some simply repeated his name. Evan. 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 He clapped his hands over his ears. It did nothing. The voices weren't traveling through the air. They were inside his head. The towering shape behind the fractured mirror stepped forward. The mirror didn't shatter. It stretched. The cracked glass rippled like liquid silver, and something impossibly tall emerged one limb at a time. At first, it looked human. Then it kept unfolding. Its arms were too long. Its fingers brushed the ground. Its neck bent at angles no living thing should survive. Its face, there wasn't one. Only smooth gray skin interrupted by hundreds of tiny cracks, each leaking faint white light. Every crack whispered. Every whisper belonged to someone. The creature wasn't speaking. It was made of voices. Goosebumps rippled across Evan's arms. What? He breathed. The oldest version of himself answered without taking his eyes off the thing. We call it the collector. The collector took one slow step. Flowers beneath its feet instantly withered. Their bright colors faded into ash. Every alternate Evan instinctively stepped backward. The sheriff version swallowed hard. It haunts memories. The blood-covered Evan corrected him. No, it hunts choices. Evan stared. I don't understand. The oldest version sighed. Of course you don't. I assumed you'd figured it out already. Despite everything happening around them, Evan shot him with an exhausted glare. Fantastic timing. You waited until now to explain? The old man shrugged. I've lived 79 years. I've become comfortable making poor conversational decisions. Even now, sarcasm somehow survived. The oldest Evan pointed toward the mirror. Every time someone stands before that mirror, they wonder, what if I'd made a different choice? What if I'd gone left instead of right? What if I'd asked her out? What if I'd stayed? What if I'd forgiven him? The mirror answers. It creates another world. Another whisper drifted through the garden. Another scream. The old man continued. There were never supposed to be this many. The collector moved again. Crack. Another flower died. Crack. The ground darkened beneath its feet. It feeds on regret, the sheriff said quietly. The more worlds people create, the stronger it becomes. Evan looked around. There weren't 5 alternate versions anymore. There were dozens, then hundreds. People who all looked like him emerged between rows of flowers. Young, old, happy, broken. One wore military fatigues. Another walked with a white cane. One wore a wedding ring. One carried a little girl's stuffed rabbit. One had tears frozen on his face. Every possibility, every life, every decision, every regret. He suddenly understood why the whispers had sounded endless. Every version of himself had found the garden. Every single one. Then one Evan stepped forward. He looked almost identical, except a real smile. Not haunted, not bitter, peaceful. He couldn't have been older than 30. What happened to you? Evan asked. The man chuckled. I stopped asking what could have been. Silence. I buried Dad. I lost my job. My wife got cancer. We survived. I forgave people. I let people forgive me. I stopped living in imaginary lives. His smile never faded. The collector couldn't touch me anymore. The towering creature stopped moving. Hundreds of glowing cracks slowly turned to the peaceful Evan. Then it screamed, not with rage, with hunger. The sound shook every tree in the garden. Birds exploded into the sky from forests miles away. Stone benches cracked. The mirror splintered further. Every alternate Evan flinched, except one, the peaceful one. He simply looked at the creature. You've already lost. The collector lunged. It moved impossibly fast. The peaceful Evan stepped into its path. Light erupted from the cracks in his own reflection. The creature recoiled, not because he'd fought, because he'd accepted. The oldest Evan whispered, It can't feed on someone who doesn't regret becoming who they are. The collector let out another shriek. The garden trembled violently. Flowers began collapsing into dust. The mirror fractured faster. Tiny shards floated upward instead of failing. Each fragment reflected another world. Millions, billions, infinite lives, infinite mistakes, infinite possibilities, all breaking apart. The oldest Evan grabbed his shoulder. Listen, we've tried fixing the mirror. We've tried sealing it. We've tried running. Nothing works. So what does? The old man looked straight into his eyes. You. What? Not because you're special, because you're the first one to understand. You don't destroy regret. You stop feeding it. The words settled over him. His mind raced. Every mistake, every embarrassment, every relationship that failed, every opportunity he'd missed, he carried them all like chains. He'd spent years replaying conversations that couldn't be changed. What if only, I should have. The collector wasn't creating those thoughts, it was surviving on them. Evan closed his eyes. The screams continued. The whispers clawed at his thoughts. He heard his father's final words. He heard friendships ending. He heard he heard every cruel thing he'd ever said, every failure, every fear. One by one, he let them go. Not because they didn't matter, because they had already happened. He couldn't live inside broken reflections forever. I'm done. The words were barely louder than a whisper. I'm done wishing I'd been someone else. The garden became silent. Completely, utterly. The collector froze. Tiny fractures spread across its body. Not the mirror, the creature itself. It staggered backward. Hundreds of trapped voices escaped from the glowing cracks. Children, old men, women, teenagers, thousands of people, all breathing freely for the first time. The collector reached toward Evan, not angrily, desperately, as if begging him to change his mind. He didn't. The creature collapsed into drifting white petals. Nothing remained. The mirror gave one final crack. Instead of shattering, it became ordinary. Just old glass, weathered, harmless. His countless alternate selves began fading, one after another. The sheriff nodded. The blood-covered one offered a tired smile. The old man tipped an imaginary hat. You finally figured it out. Evan smiled. Took me long enough. You're still slow. I know. Morning sunlight spilled across the garden. For the first time, he heard birds singing. A breeze carried the scent of fresh earth. The impossible silver lilies had become ordinary wildflowers. The black roses were gone. The air felt lighter, alive. Weeks later, the town buzzed with rumors. Some claimed the hidden garden had never existed. Others insisted they'd seen it disappear overnight. Teenagers searched the woods and found nothing but ruined stone walls swallowed by ivy. Mrs. Donnelly cornered Evan in the library. So, you went, didn't you? He looked up from shelving books. Maybe. Was it haunted? He smiled. No. What was it? He thought for a moment, then shrugged. A really good place to stop looking backward. She blinked. That's disappointingly poetic. I know. You've gotten weird. I've always been weird. Fair enough. That evening, Evan walked home through the cemetery, as always. The setting sun painted the headstones gold. For the first time in years, he didn't stop at every grave wondering how life might have been different. He simply kept walking. At the cemetery gate, he glanced back one last time. Far beyond the trees where the hidden garden had once stood, something caught the fading light. An old mirror, leaning against a forgotten stone wall. Whole, unbroken. It reflected only the world exactly as it was. Evan smiled to himself. Behind him, unseen by anyone else, one white flower bloomed beside the forgotten mirror. Not as a doorway to another world, but as a quiet reminder that the most frightening prison had never been the garden. It had been the endless temptation to live in a life that never happened.
And that right there is why when we see Nathan's name, we don't know what the fuck's fixing to happen.
That was a killer ending line.
That was so killer. Holy shit. That was almost as good as saying.
Well, I got 2 left. Let's hit it.
Wilhelm F. Ruffy!
All right, I'm picking up the Vikings again. Shafts of golden light fell through the high windows of the scriptorium as Chaplain Free carefully scribbled on a page. Around him rose shelves filled with old codices, dusty scrolls, and leather-bound books like a valley of literature. Free breathed in the dusty, sweet scent in the air, a smile curling his lips as he carefully copied a text. There was a quiet creak as the door opened. A glance at the door revealed that Vronier, the handsome nephew of the Duke, had come calling once more. Free dipped his pen again, steadying his breathing as he said, "My apologies, Sir Vronier. I've had to put this copy you requested on hold." "Ah, well, it is what it is," Vronier said, strolling up the aisle with his fingers dancing sideways on the shelves. "May I ask what's delayed you?" "I'm working on a few pages for Messenger Threcker. It would seem our archives have a manuscript of some import that has become lost in Rasker's archives." "Really?" Vronier asked. "I would have thought that the church's archives would have copies of everything." "I don't doubt that they do somewhere." Free snorted, double-checking the scroll before he began another line. "But their copies are lost at the moment." "Such a shame to lose those things," Vronier said absently, arriving at last at Free's chair. He placed his hand on the back, looking over the document. "You're making the text rather plain." "It's a rush job. Threcker is in a hurry." "I do hope that you add in those flourishes and drawings I'd so loved in that book I've asked you to copy." "I would never dream of leaving those out of a proper book," Free said, leaning back in his chair and touching his cheek to Vronier. "I love beautiful things." "On that we see eye to eye," Vronier whispered, his lips brushing Free's ear as he stood back. "I love how the light catches in the eyes of El's most wonderful creatures." Free's heart fluttered, his hand trembling as he set down his pen. "My lord, you sound as though you're smitten." "You've caught me, it seems," Vronier chuckled, moving his hand from the back of the chair to Free's shoulder. "Have you ever felt the stirrings of love?" "Oh, yes, I was and remain a romantic." "Even in the service of the church?" "My dear lord, the church herself brings more opportunities to see such beautiful things." "Such as the lovely chair thing?" Vronier asked softly. "I saw you examining the beauty of my cousin when she was tending the flowers outside the window of our chapel." "Can a man not admire beauty where he sees it? El created all things in the world, did he not?" "And what beauty do you admire now?" Vronier asked, leaning in close. The light made his hazel eyes glitter, his skin glowing and hair shimmering like dark waves. Chaplain Free reached up and traced his finger along the bone of the nearest cheek, whispering, "You may guess, though I would be insulted if you guessed incorrectly." "I would never wish to insult a clergyman," Vronier murmured, lowering his lips toward Free's waiting mouth. That was when the door clattered open, both men hurriedly turning their faces away. Free took a deep breath, settling himself as he focused on the manuscript page while Vronier busied himself searching through the shelves. Messenger Threcker appeared then, the sour man walking right up to Free and taking a seat across from him. "Yes?" Free asked dryly. "Was there something else you wanted copied?" "No." A sharpness in the man's tone, a dangerous undercurrent, froze Free where he sat. Silence crept into the room. Free setting his pen down and hiding his trembling hand. Threcker leaned back in his chair, a creak of the timbers echoing through the room as he stuttered Free and Vronir both. At last he said, "You are close with Bishop Vrego." I am his second in command, chaplain of the ducal family, so yes, we are close. Free said noncommittally. Is there any reason this concerns you? Not at all. I was merely hoping to speak with you about the recent vacancy of Helverta's bishop. As Vrego is the man who will be joining the council to elect a replacement, it seems to me you should go to him. Threcker glanced at Vronir. Would you please be on your way? I need to speak with Free in private. Whatever are you talking about? Theological matters, please. Vronir is well schooled in such matters, Free said. I would have him here. Very well. Thacker placed his hands together. There have been some whispers that Vrego is leaning toward silence over sacrifice. If that is what he believes, then it is what he believes, Free replied. Has he not told you, his second in command? I find that inconceivable. If he had, he would have done so in confidence. It is a sin to reveal the secrets told in confidence, Vronir added, leaning back against the shelves. Not if that sin is heresy. Now you're speaking nonsense. Are there not two bishops who openly say it was silencing? Yes, two, if there are three and an open seat. Well, you can see the issue. Free bit his lip, biting back a sharp comment. He took a deep breath, rounding off the edges before he said, to be honest, I do not concern myself with such minor nuances. After the Synod of 954 declared that Bishop William and his followers were not committing heresy. Are you one who believes he was silenced yourself? Do you have cloth in your ears? Vronir asked. The man just told you he doesn't concern himself with minor nuances. There is no minor distinction here, Threcker said crossly. You could be facing a deadlock at the council, which would be disastrous for the future of the church. Then you should bring this up with the bishop, Free snapped, at last losing his patience. Speak to him, not me. You're deflecting. Bishop Vrego is a man who can answer questions for a full day and never indulge in incriminating word nor contradict himself to let his true answer be known. My good man, I am not having a theological argument, nor am I going to give you dirt on my mentor and good friend. That is final. Now, do you want me to copy this codex for you, or would you rather distract me with questions I have no intention of answering? The apple does not fall from the tree, it seems, Threcker muttered, leaning back in his chair. Very well. Carry on with your copying. I must not linger here. Good, Free said, taking up his pen and holding it over the paper. He hesitated, looking back up at Threcker. Are you... Am I what? Threcker asked shortly, a frown curling his lips. Tell me what you mean. I'm sick and tired of running in circles. Good God, man, must everyone spell everything out for you? Free thought hopelessly. Did I assume your intellect was twice what you've shown? How have you not figured out what we're telling you already? Free took a deep, shuddering breath and glanced back at Vronir, the two sharing a long, suffering look. When Threcker took out a paper of his own and began jotting down notes, Vronir let out a bitter sigh. Alas, I cannot find what I was looking for. Good, then you can get out, Threcker muttered. Free bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain silent. Vronir swept out of the scriptorium and vanished whence he had come, leaving them both unrequited. Pale dust billowed through the air before the gates of Azurtel as Prince Galen and his party approached bearing the royal banner. The timbers remained stubbornly closed, a frown curling Galen's lips as he reached up before the barrier. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "The Prince Royal demands entry!" "You know well that I need not admit any members of your dynasty into my city," came the voice of Tavir, the Duke stepping out of a postern at the base of the right tower. He was followed by his son Ilden, nephew Kunthel, and Master-at-Arms Zunthel, and Lord Mayor Brimure. All five marched coolly up to Galen, Tavir giving him a stiff smile. "I pay handsomely for that privilege of refusal, my prince."
"Well, too much if you ask me,"
Brimure muttered, wringing his hands. "Regardless," Ilden said, "we will meet with you here, at the city's edge." "And there's not much to discuss besides," Kunthal added. "Our troops are in readiness right behind the walls. We only need send word and the march will begin."
"What a shame. I had hoped to sample the hospitality of your blue palace,"
Galleon sighed, shaking his head theatrically, "and perhaps speak my apologies to Lady Jarthing in person." "She has nothing to say to you," Tavor growled, his gray eyes flashing dangerously. "Is it truly her will?" Cletir asked quietly. "Stories tell of the fair dove locked in a gilded cage by her overbearing father." "Watch yourself," Tavor said, pointing his finger at the man. "Seems he struck a nerve," Galen thought, waving for his guardsmen to hold back his attacks. "He's only curious. She has not taken so much as a step outside the walls of the city for 4 years. That is a long time to be sequestered as such, and it is not only my man here who is asking questions. Let me be blunt. My daughter has no desire to see you or any of your brothers," Tavor said flatly, "and we are finished discussing her or any other familiar matters. I have come to lead my troops into war. What of you?" "I have come to lead my men to victory," Galen replied, "as well as your own men and those of Duke Roctor. Believe between the three of us, that little heathen should be crushed quite easily." "You would do well not to underestimate your enemy," Eldon warned. "Please," Peleus scoffed from his mount. "He has no cannons nor crossbows. His men still rely upon the shield wall as their principal tactic." "And who told you such things?" Tavor asked, frowning. I know from captured Kenlan poachers that his men have access to crossbows, and his vassal Ursik controls the trading city of Oldport, with its foundries, for goodness sake." "I have my sources," Galen said, making a buttoning motion on his lips, much to the Duke's evident displeasure. "But you are right. We ought to be cautious. Now, assemble your men for the march. Duke Roctor and my own troops are waiting at the crossroads." Apologize, guys. "Fine," Tavor said, waving his hand. The gates clattered open, revealing the gentle sloping main avenue of Azurtel, which swooped down the city's terraces from the Azure Palace at the peak to the winding road beyond. A sudden urge to spur his horse and ride pell-mell into the city seized Galleon, his feet twitching as he prepared to make a break for it. The notion faded when he saw the great host assembling in the road, blocking his path. Hundreds of mounted knights, thousands of levy troops with kit from their homes, and a wagon train to keep them fed, clothed, and armed. 6 of them pulled a bronze cannon in the back, casks of powder and shot visible under their tarps. Galen smirked as his men brought horses for Tavor and his companions. the five mounting up and taking the lead. He fell in beside Taver, asking,
I shall be taking command of the cannon, Proctor's and your own.
Why? Kumthil snapped.
Because I have the lead in this, and I will need a full battery at my beck and call. Do not worry, I'll not drop them.
I'd like to see you try and lift one, Zunthil said. We might have a contest, you and I, to see which of us can lift more.
I am not so foolish as to accept a bet I'm sure to lose,
Galen replied, earning snickers from the Duke and his band.
What? What did I say? You admitted that you're not so strong as Zunthil,
Eldon said.
I fail to see the humor in that.
You once told my daughter that there was no man stronger than you, Taver said, forcing a laugh. And now, 4 years later, you'll not even try to test yourself.
I have grown in that time,
Galen said simply.
Have you?
Silence fell over them, Taver fixing his gaze into the distance. At last he spoke. My lower vassals will be filtering in over time.
And how long will that take?
Galen asked, his hands tightening on the reins. A few days, perhaps more if we press too far into Kinnaland territory. I believe their missive wished to secure the fork in the River Brunting and force battle there.
I had hoped to do so with a full host,
Galen said. Bothnik will be rallying his men as well, growing stronger as more arrive.
You've given us precious little warning to prepare,
Eldon said shortly.
Some counts and barons are still bringing in their harvests and have been forcing peasants to work through the nights that they might finish in time for this war of yours. Excuses, excuses, Galen muttered.
Call them what you like. It will take time for my men to gather, Taver said shortly. A tense quiet fell over them, punctuated by the clamor of an army marching off to battle. Peasants gathered on the roadsides, on the edges of their vineyards and shorn wheat fields. Some doffed their hats and waved to the men. Others threw them things. At least one woman darted in amongst the men and stole a kiss with a soldier carrying a homemade spear topped by a knife. And with this I shall crush Bothnik and weaken Taver in one move, Galen thought, holding back a chuckle at his cleverness as he rode off towards his destiny and the end of this submission.
Politics.
There's a lot of politics there.
Hey now, it started with an unrequited, illicit love story.
That's true. That's true.
Even that was filled with politics.
Yeah, next time just let them bump uglies. Come on, Deaths.
The politics had politics.
And
I
last,
wonder who's next.
but not least, ta-da! Shocker! It is Cash Butler!
Take us out, Izzy.
Oh, God. One spring day. This book is sure to liquefy your brain. Inside out, roundabout, scream and shout. Let it out. Are you fucking for real right now, sis? I'll forgive you. You ran me to the ER. Okay. The song's refrain declared itself loudly while Jenny hummed along, dancing around the enclosed porch, enjoying the bright spring sunshine. She inhaled, the scent of the flowers blooming in the yard filling her nostrils with their light aromas. This is a strangely beautiful day. This is strangely a beautiful day. She paused, looking around herself and garden plants around her. Oh, well, as she cocked her head to the side, then she shrugged, continuing with her task and listening to the music. As her feet fluttered across the wood, the light steps and tap of her sandals, a rhythmic beat making the plants around her seem to move in time. They bounced and swayed in the light breeze. The day couldn't have been more perfect. When she was done with the plants on the porch, she moved outside, tipping the watering can over the flowers planted along the front of the house, the wind making the stems shiver as the water droplets hit the petals. Her warm smile glowed. The flowers seemed to giggle at the attention she showed them. Jenny continued to the crop beds radiating away from the front of the house. The heirloom vegetable sprouts growing strong and reaching high toward the sky. Another smile, more sunshine in time, and they would produce the perfect crop. She sang, knowing it would help the plants with their growth, and once finished with her gardening, her song ended, and she turned to walk into the house. Before reaching the bottommost stair, she noticed a small door to the side. It looked as though it led somewhere beneath the porch, an area she could have sworn was taken up by parts of the basement. Jenny was unsure of what to think. Slow and cautious, she approached the door and knelt before it. Then she knocked. Patiently waiting, she watched for the door to open, listened for someone making noise as they approached to answer. But it felt like minutes had passed before she decided to try again. Again, she knocked. Still no answer. Jenny reached out to knock a third time, unintentionally hitting the forehead of the red-capped gnome who finally answered the door. "Hey, that hurts!" he grumpily exclaimed, one of his hands covering the spot where she had hit him. "You need to pay attention." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think anyone was actually here. How long has this door been under my house?" She pulled away, her hand covering her mouth. "I've always lived here. The door's always been here, too." His face wrinkled as he scrunched his nose in irritation. "I didn't remember ever seeing it before. It was disorienting. It was unexpected. And it was bizarre." "Pfft, of course you don't. You humans never see things right away. I have lived here longer than you have been alive, young woman." His cheeks flushed as his nose wiggled, and he sneezed. "Gesundheit," Jenny responded, watching as the gnome sneezed a second time. "Gesundheit," she repeated. "Danke." He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and blew his nose. "You speak German?" Yet another surprise. "I would have assumed you'd figured that out already. We gnomes come from the old country." "I didn't know that." She felt lost. "Yes. Do you know anything?" he asked, throwing his hands above his head, exasperated. "I don't understand why you're so upset I didn't see your door. I apologize for being a bad neighbor. I'm Jenny Dearling. Nice to meet you." She extended her hand, hoping to make amends for her neighborly faux pas. The gnome looked shocked, looking between her and her outstretched hand. He took his tiny hand and placed it on one of her fingers, shaking her hand. "I'm Hans Unterbaum. Nice to meet you, Jenny Dearling." "Nice to meet the beginning of a goddamn story."
I was tired at the time.
I think you got the end confused at the beginning. That's usually how you start a conversation, not finish it.
Hey, at least it wasn't heavy like all the other stories.
This is true. We have ended out on a very cute, grumpy gnome. But I'm not gonna lie. The
So basically, we
description.
found.
We found what?
And you were talking first, so I just stopped.
As the description of the porch and going down the steps and the vegetable garden out front and the plants that are on the porch and the plants that are outside, like and the fact that there's this spot underneath my porch with that should go towards the basement area. I'm sitting here going, do I need to go outside to my front porch and look for a little teeny tiny door? Is somebody playing a prank on me? Is there a fucking small ass door that I need to be looking for?
It's me. I'm going to pop out.
Oh, so you figured out a way to interdimensional fucking travel and get around, but you can't pop out to help us. I see how you are.
A dwarf is never late, nor is he early. He shows up at exactly when he intends to.
Oh,
That's a
fuck
wizard.
no, you did not. Fuck no, you did not. You did not. You did not.
That is a wizard. That is not a dwarf. A
Where
dwarf is
do you
good over
think-
short distances.
Oh, where do you think the wizards learned it from?
Oh.
Probably the elves.
Tall, skinny, fucking knife eaters.
Dwarf and
I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole and somebody else pushing. Not least of all the problems that I can't carry a 10-foot pole without an end dragon on the ground. So,
No long pointy or metal
Which
objects
end?
for you right now.
yes, no.
Yeah. Izzy is literally banned from touching any sharp surface.
Knife ears is a slur for a fantastical and non-existent race. I think they'll be fine.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Also, never mind the
Hey,
fact that I have a
and
sister
technically-
named Jenny.
And technically, Bitzer has used that terminology in one of their stories already. So I really don't want to hear it.
Somebody's seen that commercial way too many times. There is currently a QuickBooks commercial that I see entirely too fucking much, where the Tooth Fairy has been leaving behind teeth, and the hockey player goes, "It's not just affecting the kids."
I don't know, that bitch owes me money. So I mean, like, she ain't showing up at my house.
It won't be next week, Hellenic.
As somebody who has only 10 teeth in their mouth, I'm owed some money.
That's
Yes, but at
probably-
least you can smile normally. I have to watch the way I do it.
We have important announcements
So-
to get to and prompts to roll.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Which it's getting pulled up. Chillax, Taskmaster.
I have.
I'm gonna. If my son wasn't already claiming the White Rabbit, I'd start calling you the White
I
Rabbit.
have.
I am the cat herder.
Late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late.
I shall not be herded.
Wrangler of felines, master of squirrels,
Look,
holder
you-
of the
you're-
brain cell.
No, you cannot ever use Wrangler of the felines ever again, because
Look, it's better than the alternative that I had in my head. Be happy with that one.
Okay, so
'Cause
do we need to hear that
wrangling-
one offline?
wrangling equals wrestling in my brain. I shall not be hurted and I shall not be wrestled.
I mean, that all depends on what he looks like. Or her. I'm an equal opportunity. Yeah, I went there.
Julie!
I'm tired and I have a fucking migraine. Be happy that I hung in this long.
I mean, fair. All right. Next week. Oh, come on. Change the date. Saturday. Oh! Okay. As
Did you
far
just
as we know, next Saturday, August 8th, shall still go on. Even if Dear Sweet Sticks has to run the back end and some of us are on mobile devices.
Oh, I see. I'm so glad I was at that meeting where I got thrown under that fucking bus. Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is that Kesh and I may be returning home in time Saturday night because it is only a 2 to 2.5 hour drive, and the event ends at
Between 4 and 4:30.
between
actually
4
when
and
I'm
4:30.
40 minutes?
Right. See, okay, her lead foot. Okay, yeah. There's a reason I hang on for dear life or pay attention to my phone. So we should, in theory, be back in time here physically for me to pop on and do the show. Julie, unfortunately, will be still traveling at that point in time, or being safe and staying an extra night. We shall see. Money, finances, right? Okay. But in order to go live on time, we will need 6 to do so. But again, that all depends on when Kesh and I head out from the event. So stay tuned. We may push it back to
All
9.
updates will be
We'll
going
see.
on in the
Announcements channel.
yes.
But there's for sure no Friday show.
There
Yes,
we
there
go,
is for sure no
because
Friday show.
because
There is
Styx
no
would
book
have
for
to do
Friday
it by himself.
I
Styx would
mean,
have
we
to do
have
it by himself. What? Mean what? You keep cutting out.
mobile list.
Is-
I keep cutting out.
Yeah, or we might be doing a Sunday show as an option.
Yeah, we could also do that. Okay. So we are still going to go ahead and run.
We will keep everybody abreast of what's going to happen.
Right. And everything will be labeled still as though we are going with normal time. So still have your stuff in by 3 p.m. Central. And we'll go from there. Okay. Is this
In the meantime,
working now? Please and thank you.
So you guys don't hear the clickety clack of my lightning fingers as I type these prompts. Sorry, I am dealing with not having a mouse connected to the laptop that is behaving as and I'm trying to be careful of the thumb. Everybody's yelling at me, telling me, please, quit hurting yourself. Y'all, I am fucking accident prone. Fucking deal with it.
And as you can see, I did manage to get our beautiful image for August's challenge up on the screen.
Whoop whoop.
Okay. All right. What is our first number for concept?
116.
An inventor creates a device that reveals hidden truths. The government finds out. That's fucking never good.
I'm about to say that's a Thursday.
Right? All right. And line.
59.
Oh, thank God that wasn't a 6. This is a finish the sentence. In the darkness, only 2 hunched shadows gave any clue as to.
Okay. $107.
Scroll. Oh, went scrolling too far. 107 is apparently blank. I apparently forgot to delete, which means we had 107 last week. Or 2 weeks ago. Whatever. It's fine. It's absolutely fine because all I had to do was hit delete and 108 become 107. So use this dialogue. I was protecting you from the truth, not the danger.
Oh.
Come on, can we just not get another ominous one? Like, didn't we just go through that?
Oh,
Hey, I'm
I don't fucking care. This is beauteous. God damn it. I have to. Will my keyboard fucking respond? No, it won't. Okay. God bless America. My keyboard is not working at all now. Yay for drivers needing replaced.
All right, how many people we got? Vote, vote, vote. 9 people in here.
Come on. Come on. No. Oh.
Damn, the opening line just took off. I don't think we're gonna get away with it.
Mother trucker.
Yeah, because we got 12 votes.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. Ooh. There we go. I'm not a blurry ass mess anymore. Yeah, viewer count does take a moment to catch up, and I did vote from the Hold My Pen Promptcast account because I can't get to Twitch on the BBC right now because the keyboard is not working. I gotta reboot. So, yeah. For once, I can honestly say I am not happy about all y'all's choice. Like, fuck y'all. Love you, but fuck y'all.
Yeah, that's why I said, can we have something that's cheerful? This ominous shit. And I understand that right now, me and Izzy are both writing shit that is not necessarily pleasant. But it's still please don't do this to me.
As are most of our audience right now. All you prompters
Right.
with your
In the darkness,
freaking
only two hunched over. Shadows gave any clue as to what
And it's
the
been
two little
and I
girls.
mean, right. Here's the thing. It has been a hot, and I do mean a hot fucking minute since we've had a fill in the blank.
They don't
So
come
this
up often.
should be good. They do not come up often, especially since we've done the shifties.
I mean, that opening line, I could start like a cute little two little girls having a sleepover because they're sitting in the dark, like plotting like a prank or something.
Yeah, but I was hoping to get out of the bad guy's point of view this week. Like, I didn't have enough shit to deal with this week. I did not need a bad guy too.
How did we just go from two little girls having a fun, wholesome little sleepover to, yeah, but I don't want to stay in the bad guy's point of view? Wait, what? Explain yourself.
No, one was said by Kesh and the
Okay,
other was said by Julie.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm okay. It's official.
This week's prompt.
Oh, y'all are killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Challenge yourselves, folks. Write something that not only fits the monthly challenge, but something that you are proud to put out into the world, even if it's not something positive and happy and lighthearted, but those are always appreciated. For the winner of this week's prompt
never
vote
required, always appreciated.
is opening line, in the darkness. Only two hunched shadows gave any clue as to blank.
Izzy, write it down now or you're going to forget it.
Was it the voice? Did I trigger something for you?
I know that. Look, Izzy, write it down before you forget it. Like, grab the
I
pen and the
can't.
sticky note.
I can't. Writing is difficult, even more difficult than freaking typing, and I can't type on the freaking. It's fine.
Hey,
it's
hey,
fine.
You know what you got?
It's
You know what
fine.
you got? You got a phone sitting within arm's reach and a voice recorder.
Yep.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine because I'm gonna reboot the computer as soon as we're off here.
And then,
okay. It'll be
all
fine.
right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us this week. For the Hold My Pen Promptcast. We are operating under the assumption we will not be here next week, or we will be like remotely running around doing shit in the back end. If you happen to be in the Carmel/Indianapolis area, and there is still I don't think there is, but you can always go and look. The indie book event for Indianapolis, Indian Indie. That's where me, Izzy, and Kesh will be running rampant this next weekend. Uh, catch us out. I have no problem. Come up, give me a hug, take a picture. I don't care. Yes, Trisha will finally get to meet the three of us in the same fucking area because Trisha was the one who got my free tickets for Indian Indie, her and her husband. And we are looking so much to meeting her in person. And maybe one day we'll all get to do a show together. Like, we're working on it. Otherwise, I know most of us are registering kids for this week, so be patient with yourselves. Do not take yourself too freaking seriously. Take that breather, eat the piece of chocolate, have the fucking candy bar. I don't care if it brings you joy and doesn't hurt others. Just do the fucking thing. Life is too goddamn short.
If
Okay?
chocolate's not your thing, you can flick your bean.
Chocolate, jelly bellies, gummies. Oh my god, is that a whole bag of
Sour?
Oh,
okay, we're gonna have to
oh,
we're gonna have to talk after we get off here. Any bahoozles. Yeah, Izzy, please don't do that while I'm trying to get us out of here. Any bahoozles. Come out, see us. If you see us out in the wild and you live in the area, you see us at a restaurant or something like that, be kind and wait until I'm done eating, or at least don't approach me with my mouth full. Otherwise, we will see you next week. Remember, there is no book for Friday this week. Everything will be covered in the newsletter. If you're not a part of the newsletter, why the fuck not? It's free. If you're not a part of the Discord, so you can get all the fucking announcements, why the not? It's fucking free. We are more unhinged over there than we are right fucking here. And we're pretty fucking unhinged here. So, just know that ahead of time. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, always stay humble. Don't get your ass fucking arrested. I can't bail you out. And it's iffy whether I can even put money on your commissary. Assert dominance. Nothing good happens after fucking 2:00. Taco Bell is always good with the nacho sauce. Either which way. We'll see you next week. Bye!